Okay, we're live.
There you have it, truth is stranger than fiction. Couldn't get across the
Okay,
board.
we're live. I want to welcome everyone to our council meeting. Just for you that are on Skype, we have Trent Tinney, his wife and son are in attendance. Dexter Durfee, Kelly Jensen are also here. So we have 5 people. We'll let you know if any more come. I'm sure there will be in the other delegations. There's also 3 that are on Zoom from Fortis right now. So I'll call this meeting to order. It's 6 o'clock. We have an agenda in front of us. Anybody have any additions or deletions from this agenda? If not, then we need to adopt the agenda.
I'll move to adopt the agenda.
Councilor Harker moves. All in favor? Okay, good. So we have some delegations here. I just want to remind you, we try to keep our delegations down to 10 minutes. I had to do one with the province about 3 weeks ago, and they gave me 5. There was a little buzzer, and it went off and says, "You are done." And so I was done. So
We don't have a buzzer though.
we don't have a buzzer, so we're a little bit more lenient than the province is. But we try to stick to 10 minutes. We have long meetings anyway. So our first one is Fortis, 2020 year-end report. There's 3 of them from Fortis, and so you guys, just someone take charge.
I think we're having some technical difficulties. The other presenters that are on can't hear or see anybody, so I'm not sure. It's Paula and Sunny. So we might have to postpone. Is that okay until we get this figured out? They'll kind of try and join in the background.
Okay, how do you want to do that? Can you send a text to Curtis or to Abe when you get?
Yeah.
Okay, we can
Yeah,
move.
Curtis and Sunny can discuss. Maybe we can just hang out and let somebody go ahead of us. Maybe if they can get
For
that
sure,
figured
yeah.
out.
We'll try to do it. We'll try to make it work. So
Okay.
we'll just move to our second delegation. They're here right now anyway. So okay. I'll check back with you after this delegation's over and see if everything's okay with you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. You bet.
So Friends of the Raymond Children's Playground Society. This is interesting. Dexter Durfee's gonna present.
I'm gonna hide my shoes because I've been in my yard. We're starting landscaping.
They
So
can't
you
see.
remember I wasn't here that long ago, and we're ready to roll. So we sent in some new plants today. I know you had seen some. A previous iteration. We've been really fortunate. The Friends of the Raymond Children's Playground Society has an interest in all the playgrounds, as many of us on our committee are grandparents, so it would be more in the grandchildren range now. But also a lot of families that are interested in seeing what we can do, not only in this piece of green space, but I noticed the last few weeks on social media in Raymond, it's kind of blown up with different people in different parts of town wanting some repairs, and we want to make it known that we're inclusive of everybody in the community to try to make our community better. And I know there's a lot of people with more experience and knowledge than me, but we've just sent in all of our formation about a month ago for a society to be registered with the government of Alberta. Our plan had been to ask for the province through a CFIP grant of about $1 million. Our pricing came back from the very knowledgeable Kelly Jensen, my partner here tonight, and it looks like just over $500,000 for our proposal of a spray park, a playground, and a sport court. Obviously, with even $500,000, we'd have to match that. We think some of the things that we're going to need in the end would be, number one, a commitment from the town for the setting aside of that green space for a project like this, and then in kind whatever we can finagle, not only from the town council. We've approached the church. If you look at that design, the road that goes past my house, on one side there's 1.2 acres that's been set aside, and on the side behind my house out in that field there's 3.8 acres above. So there's about 5 acres in. The proposal is that on that 1.2 acres to create a pavilion with some picnic tables inside and out, so that, community from anywhere could book a space for, once we can go back to normal living, for picnics, gatherings, whether it be wards, families, other groups that would like to meet. And that's what we've really approached the church about, is if they have a willingness to partner with us too. And we think in our initial proposal, they've created a bit of a working group to look at it and see what they could do in support of that. So that's the 1.2 acres. And then on the other side is the splash park, the playground, and a sport court that we would fence off, and so it could be pickleball or whatever sports. I know there's a lot of interest in pickleball with our committee. You also see there that there's some walking path suggestions of extending that walking path a little bit through that. So the in-kind that we're thinking, we can count people's hours. There's a government rate for skilled and unskilled labor. There's government rate for machinery, things like services, resources like gravel and dirt, sod, all of that, all of those things that would be involved. So right now, our hope is to get that approval first in principle of a support from the town to proceed on this as which would be our first priority. Secondly, that the town would maybe want to commit to working on a joint committee with any other groups that seem interested. If the church stake's interested, have somebody from there, obviously our committee, and then other people in the community. We don't think there's going to have to be a lot of cash spent. It's more from the community. It's more in-kind type contributions.
Will they allow you to match their $500,000 with in-kind?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
So if we can get that much at once, I know the large grants for CFIP are up to $1 million or 1.2 million. It's $250,000 for the small. That application has to be in by June 15th. So as soon as we get our incorporation back, we're going to be ready to submit. Kelly had quotes. So it was $190 for the playground, and it's a really beautiful playground. We can share that later. We just kind of worked that out today in the finals. The splash park's $250. And the sport court surfacing after you pave it is $50,000. So our intent would be to approach some of the developers, some of the people around that are doing work around, to see what we can do in terms of the asphalt, the leveling of the field, grass, irrigation, if we have to buy the materials, but then we can have people help install. And I know we have a strong group that would like to do that. So in principle, the town support using that property in this way with working with the group. And number two, having us work through the budget exactly what can be put there, what they would like, what the town would like to see too, if there's something different. And then moving forward in that way. I don't know, Kelly, did you have anything else?
That's, you covered it.
Can we ask you questions?
Absolutely.
So this is something we're excited about as a town. For sure, to have a committee and want to do these things is important to us and very helpful to us. And especially to be able to, as a society, to be able to get a grant. And for sure, we would want to help and try to match whatever we could from the town. But going forward, that's like, we've looked at playgrounds too, and so they're anywhere between 150 to 250. So you've got 190, that's a pretty big playground. The spray park, we haven't looked into that. We've talked a lot about it. So 250,000 is probably a good price for just a small one, I'm sure.
Oh, it's fairly large,
It's a
actually.
pretty good size. Because we're priced all three with BDI, they can give products, so they've given us actually pretty good discount. I think the discount all told is close to 50,000 if we do them all with them, Even if we have to do it in stages, depending on what the grant comes back, they're really willing. And they also will let you send out one supervisor and let us put it all together, and do a lot of the prep work, as much as we can do, they'll work with you. And they're out of Lethbridge and Medicine Hat, so it's great, all Canadian made, all
I think in their proposal, if we had a crew there with them supervising, we'd save about $11,000 to $12,000 on that part of the project. And so then again, that's matching the labor rates for whoever can be there and help. So I think we can. We have a strong belief that it shouldn't just be up to the town, but for the community members themselves to try and do everything they can do to support things like this. Obviously, it's a community asset in the end, but we think it's very valuable. There's lots of kids in there. It gives a lot of space compared to some of the smaller parks where families can go. And then we did want to reiterate that we're willing to work with the other groups that we've approached some that felt like they wanted to stay pushing what they were pushing because they understood the town had some money set aside and they wanted to be able to access that, and we don't want to stand in the way of that. So, you know, if there's money there at some point, if there was ever needed actual cash donations, we have some of the families, children want to fundraise for specific things maybe, like there might be a part of the playground that they'll fundraise for with bottle drives or whatever, so they can have a part in it, but.
Talk about community engagement, which we're always looking for, so that's
Yeah.
great. The BDI is not a natural playground, like the other group is proposing natural playground.
No, it's
BDI is a
Metal.
design
Is it metal?
yeah,
Metal,
it's
Kelly?
mostly, yeah, it's zero maintenance and like, you know, it's the powder coating, like it's really nice, yeah.
It's like the ones at the school.
Yes, it's like a school
Yeah.
playground,
Playground we're
like,
used to.
really nice.
So
Okay.
their actual product that they have in their proposal is Blue Imp, which is
Yeah.
what most of the schools
Yes.
use. I know I've
Let me
heard
ask you a question. Is there gonna be swings?
Yes.
Do you know, we have,
Everybody
like,
says we
everybody's
want
like,
swings.
why don't we have swings? There used to be swings at the
I know.
school. They got taken out.
I don't know,
My daughter had to drive her kids to Sterling to get on a swing.
I know, isn't
And I'm
that
like,
sad?
Come on.
That pricing also includes that nice surfacing like Henderson has, so it has that really nice.
So-
Oh,
and we
that's
worked in a lot of
really
nice.
inclusive
Oh, nice.
features, you know, so it'll be inclusive for kids in wheelchairs and stuff. We're really trying to kind of make it really well-rounded, so.
So are you a society yet?
No, I
Just
just
about.
had an email today, I have to send them one more thing in, and then we'll be done. But we did all the reports to make sure the name was good and everything matched, but I just got an email today, so I'll be sending that in tomorrow to wrap it up. And, you know, a big part of the money can come like from if we have to have water or something, like we're talking, we might need some bathroom facilities. I don't know if everybody in the whole neighborhood wants to open their bathrooms for whoever, but you know, those services, I know in projects I've done in the past, you know, they value those very highly, so that's a big match. If we can hook into a water line or something.
This is great, you wanna do this, go ahead, Ron.
I couldn't tell from your map exactly where it is. Can I get that detail somehow?
So do you know where my house is? So right behind my house, there's 3.8 acres. Then the
Well, that's
road
only half of it, yeah.
Yeah, the road that goes on the south side of my house that goes through, that'll eventually be developed,
Mhm.
just across that road is the 1.2 acres.
Okay.
So there's an actual lane next to Jackie Fleming's, you know where her house is? So where the new church is,
Yeah.
on the northeast corner, you can go right through there on a path to this spot where the pavilion is.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
So if that helps, I don't know where the road is.
Neither do we.
So it's from the church, it's toward the highway.
Yes.
So the
A little
north
bit
border
east.
there is
Yeah.
the highway, right? The north border, like you at the top of
Oh,
the, that's
that's the
Highway
highway.
52. Yes, so that's Highway 52, and like that water that they have going through, that's not actually there. But there is like a natural drain that goes through
Yeah.
where you see the blue.
No, go ahead.
So right here is the house that I built that I can't hear him beg for different things for a while, but, so that's the house I just built. This is the road that'll be developed in phase 4, I believe. So if you go right behind the house, this is the 3 acres that was already owned previously for green space. And then right across that road behind Doug Eckett's place is this 1.2 that I think there's.
So this water is running, there's no creek there.
There's no creek there, that's just the natural
It's
drain.
just
It
a
just
kind of low
shows the natural
spot,
drain
right?
that goes through
Like
there.
if there was ever a big rainstorm,
Yes, there would be water in
there.
there that goes, there's a
It's
huge
natural
culvert under the
drainage.
highway,
So
yeah.
Natural
I think
drainage.
you've seen it before,
Yeah.
so far, we've had that green area, showed the green space
Yes.
that's supposed to give to us
Yes,
with a walking path that's supposed to.
yes,
go
circle
through
around the whole
on
thing.
the other side of those homes. That's what they're talking.
Yeah. So currently, see where the light green is, that's the 3.8 or something acres. But there's like actually 10 acres if you go all the way across. But the other part hasn't been subdivided yet, right, cause that's future phases, but that would be all green space too. But there is kind of a really low thing, there's one other high spot a little further over, so this is the best location for structure stuff, you know, the walking trail can certainly go through the other part. But that's the best area for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so if you look at this, where this little spot, then right up here is Mark and Norman.
Oh, yeah.
Way over at that corner.
This place, there's a pretty good flat section there to do something with, but this middle piece is just that low.
So let me ask one question. So would there be any lighting, like are you talking about bringing power in there and doing some
Yes,
outdoor
Yes.
lighting? Like
especially
we have
around the
over-
court and stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just, that's important,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, and that's big money for matching.
Yes.
When you can
Yeah.
put those kind of utilities in there that might not cost, you know, the same as somebody doing it privately, that's a big piece of your
Maybe you
match.
can talk to the power company and get them to do a
Fortis,
donation.
right.
Fortis
Company.
to do a
Right.
donation.
So you'll
Yeah,
have to
You
give us
never know,
up-
since you're a society, they might could do that,
Exactly.
right?
You'll have to give us updates on your society and how it's going and the money raised so that we can plan, like this year we've already got our budget plan.
Yeah.
But for next year, so we could try to, if you get along that far.
Well, we'll be that far for sure. Within
Yes.
the next 2 weeks or so, I should have the application ready for the grant.
Oh, really?
And so we're pricing just the matching.
Yeah.
We've got one of the neighbors there who works for a rental company, United Rentals, I think, and they're willing to donate the equipment as long as we put fuel in it. So we'll have a bunch of equipment for operators. So we'll have a pretty detailed list in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we're ready for that deadline and then we'll be able to come back to Curtis and the team and lay out exactly what it is that we're gonna have to try and count on.
Oh, really?
Nobody better to have on such a committee than you two.
And you know what, this is really exactly what we need, because, you know, we can't do this
No.
by ourselves, we just can't.
Well,
It
you
just
can't, you're not even
isn't
eligible for the
feasible.
grant.
We don't
Yes.
have the money, we don't have the time, we don't have the energy, you know, so.
There's not enough money to go around.
No.
Well,
So
and
this
once
is
you have
exactly
this
what we
in
need.
place, like this, obviously, we kind of spearheaded, it's kind of our first, you know, whatever. But the society can keep going on and doing playgrounds all over town, right? Like maybe other members will come in and stuff, but we've got a really strong group that are
Fabulous
super
idea.
happy to contribute and like everybody was really excited to, we could do this to fundraise, we could do this, and I can offer this work.
Have you got members outside of Stonegate? Meadows?
Not so
Not
far,
yet?
but
That would
We
be
had a-
nice.
we're
to
more
have
welcome to
all
have
of
them.
We approached somebody and they thought we were just about
Competition.
this. And we're trying to say no, and if the town does have money set aside in some of those smaller amounts where they just need some repairs, we would encourage the town to do that.
Yeah.
You know, we don't wanna make this just about Stonegate or anything
Yeah.
like
Right.
that. I do need, if, after this council meeting or during the meeting after we leave, if you could, we would need a letter fairly soon that just provides, the land as saying this has been set aside for this project, because that's something I have to send in with the application too.
I'm sure we can do that. So we wouldn't have to be giving any financial help right now, but just.
Yeah, no, it's just an in principle, and then when we get through all of the costs of everything, when we get that all priced up, then we'll look at what in kind can be done there. I mean, I know it costs you fuel and maybe some gravel and stuff, but hopefully it's things that we can go around and get support for.
maybe some labor, you know, a little bit, or, you know, some truck equipment or, you know, but we have a lot of that within the subdivision, like, you know, we have Aces Construction that lives there and he's willing to help out. And Tall Strips is a new partner and so we're hoping maybe they'll do the pavement, you know, a few of those, so.
So now we're gonna have to change our website to say, we champion play, because you guys are play champions.
Splash parks.
We champion
Yeah.
splash
This is
park.
very exciting,
Great,
Yeah, well, thank you for having us, and
yeah, for sure.
we'll be in touch and make sure we're continuing to move forward.
Keep us updated. Does anyone else have any questions? Councilor Capeters, Councilor Foss?
I was gonna say, it looks really good, Dexter and Kelly, nice job with that. My only concern was about make sure we're not competing with all the other parks, but it sounds like, you guys are on board to work with other groups, so, I'm all excited about it.
I do have to say the design was Dave Wood and Bill Bradley. Bill Bradley was a shop teacher before he retired, and he knows AutoCAD stuff, so he's been,
Yeah.
so I'm not taking any credit for any of the
And
things.
Dave is gonna figure out the landscaping, so it'll be beautiful, so.
that is fabulous.
Yeah, that's great.
Well,
Bill
thank you
Bradley's
so
very
much
creative.
for
Yep.
all your work.
Thank you for coming.
We don't have the energy to do that, so, hey,
I don't either, but Kelly
we're
does.
excited, we're
She's got
glad
lots
that we
of
have you.
energy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thanks.
coming.
Appreciate
See
it.
ya.
Okay, Fortis, I'll check back in with you. I see some other faces. Are you ready to? Brady, are you ready
You're
to?
there.
I think so. Sunny, can you hear me? Paula?
You're on your mic.
Yes, I can, sorry.
So Sunny's off his mic. Paula, can you hear us?
This is so official. Okay, I didn't know if you were supposed to tell me.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll turn
I
the
think
time
we're
over to Fortis then for their presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. Good evening, Your Worship, member of councils, residents, town of Raymond. I would like to welcome you to Fortis Alberta's franchise presentation. My name is Sunny Parmar. I am the new stakeholder relations manager. Joining me today is Brady Wagner, your area manager, and Paula Cott, stakeholder relations manager, and my moral support extraordinaire. So just a quick introduction about ourselves here. Both Brady and I are relatively new to our roles, but we bring extensive experience. Brady has 16 years of operational experience and currently responsible for managing our field staff, projects, and overall system operation. I have 13 years of account management experience, held various positions within Fortis Alberta, and more recently as a work lead with our new service quotations. And Paula has been with Fortis Alberta for over 20 years and also held various positions, and most recently as a stakeholder relations manager for the past 2 years. All three of us are committed to our roles, bring stability into the South that has seen many changes through retirement from Fortis Alberta in the past few years. Now that we got that out of the way, we can get the agenda up here. I would just cover what we're going to go through. And if I could ask that if you keep the questions until the end.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm not sure who has control of the presentation.
His name is Abe. Go ahead.
Abe?
Yep.
Abe, can we switch to the next screen here? Perfect. So that's just our agenda that we're going to go through today. And, we'll get started here. So slide 3 there. So who would have thought we'd be still talking about a pandemic a year later, but here we are. We recognize COVID-19 has undoubtedly brought its challenges to all Albertans. We've listened to our customers, taken all the necessary actions and precautions to protect the health of our employees along with our customers. We are committed to providing safe and reliable electricity to your businesses and to your homes during these uncertain times. We have remained fully accessible and will continue to maintain operations. And Abe, just over to the next slide, please. Fortis Alberta has a mobile app that has our customers' needs in mind. Once you download it, you're able to see an outage in your area. You can report an outage and receive relevant information as the outage is being investigated. You can also report a street light out, request repairs, and check the repair status. And perfect, thank you. Our control center is located in Airdrie. It's a state-of-the-art facility that is critical to the safe and reliable operation of our system. Our system operators can remotely operate devices to reroute power to isolate customer outages. This reduces the duration of outages and the number of customers impacted. The control center allows our power line technicians across the province to work collaboratively to enhance the quality of the service provided to our customers. I'll pass it over to Brady to go over the outage details for your town.
Yeah, thanks, Sunny. So here on the screen we have our reliability results 2018 through 2020. We measured that in 2 different ways. We have SAIDI and safety. SAIDI is basically the average interruption duration index, and safety is the average interruption frequency index. So in 2020, on average, every customer within the municipality or town of Raymond saw a duration of about 4.82 hours of outage or of interruption, and then The frequency was about 2.06 events where they were off. As you can see in the bottom, we're well above the Canadian average, although we did have a bad year in 2020. And on the next slide here, we have the reasons for that. These are outage details from 2020. As you can see, equipment failure is one of the big causes. We have tree contacts and foreign interference, all adding up to quite a bit of customer outage hours through 2020. The foreign interference could be anything from an overhead line contact, underground data, and all those kinds of things will create outages and add to this total here. On to the next slide. So system planning, there's a lot of numbers, a lot of text on this slide. Basically, our system planning group plans well in advance with new loads coming on, town growth, all that stuff. And basically this slide kind of says that we're actively working on projects. We completed one last year to increase the capacity and backup capability of the substation that feeds the town of Raymond. So if we do lose one feeder, we have the potential to back it up with another from a different substation sometimes, and sometimes the same substation that feeds the town of Raymond. So on to the next one. Maintenance activities, this is what's going on for 2021. We have detailed line patrol falling in 2021, so every single feeder that we have in the whole company is patrolled at least every 7 years. This year falls for the town of Raymond, so all our PLTs will go out and do a very detailed inspection of all our poles, wires, transformers, streetlights, everything like that. They record all the repairs that they find, and then we repair them the next year unless they're urgent, in which case we'll repair them right then and there. Pole and ground replacement is also happening in 2021, so you might see our crews in and around testing poles. So they'll test them in 2021, and then all the failed poles, if they're deemed not danger poles, will be replaced next year. One thing that's not on this list that's worth mentioning that you guys probably have saw is porcelain switch replacement, which is also going on. It was going on in the last month with our contractor Forbes. I think they replaced over 200 switches in the town. So our crews will take on the live line portion of that program and will be in the town and around the town in the summertime doing all the switches live with the power still on. So on to the next slide, and I think it goes back to Sunny.
Thank you, Brady. This slide here shows the breakdown of your service types in your community. As you can see, most of the services are comprised of residential services. There were 14 residential services added last year, and as of December 2020, there was 1,531 electrical services. And just the next slide. So this one here shows the breakdown of consumption within the town based on the service types. No surprise here, most of the consumption, 64% coming from residential, followed by large commercial, nearly 22%. Just those two service types cover 86% of your yearly consumption. All right, and this slide shows the 3-year historical breakdown of franchise fees collected based on the service types. In 2020, there was just over 200,000 in fees collected. The town of Raymond charges a 12% for a franchise fee on top of their distribution and transmission charges. There has been no change to this rate in the last 5 years. All right, and FortisAlberta pays a linear tax for distribution facilities. That's poles, wires, and transformers. That's in your town's right of way. This is set by the province. As you can see, there was a decrease in the linear tax last year in the amount of $2,790 from 2019. All right, the next slide here shows your streetlight inventory. As of December 2020, your town has 431 streetlights. All eligible streetlights in the community have been retrofitted to LED. All right? And Fortis Alberta has an agreement to repair those streetlights within a 2-week period. If you don't meet that agreement, we will credit the municipality 2 months of distribution and transmission charges. So last year, as you can see there were 6 streetlights reported out in your town. We repaired them within 2 weeks. And from April to October, our power line technicians do evening line patrols to check if there's any streetlights that are out. And I'll pass it over to Paula, and she'll talk about the cubicle wrap program.
Thanks, Sunny and Abe. So Fortis Alberta is excited to release this new program. It's been in the works for a little while. Basically, it piggybacks on our current anti-graffiti wrap program, in which switching cubicles that had experienced some graffiti had a 3M sticker application applied that helped wash the graffiti if it did get tagged off. We listened to our customers, specifically municipal customers and developers, who said they would like more of these wraps to cover our furniture in their communities. And we found a way in which a municipality or a developer can actually purchase and own the wrap and apply it to one of our assets. So that is our cubicle wrap program, and there's a few more details that Sunny can provide after this session if somebody is interested. But basically, it's an opportunity for municipalities or developers to purchase a wrap and have it applied to one of the green boxes in your community. Abe, if you want to skip to the next slide. This is just a quick snapshot of some of the organizations that Fortis Alberta sponsors. We have over $1 million of donations that we offer every year, and many of those partnerships are shared with our communities through the Stars Air Ambulance, for example, the 4-H clubs, the Ronald McDonald houses, and of course the Birds of Prey, which I know everyone on this call is probably familiar with. In addition to these sponsorships, we do offer a couple of grants that might interest your community. The first is a $2,500 grant for a community naturalization project. And so I know Sunny mentioned that there's a day use park that is kind of in the planning stages, and that grant would be accessible through an application form on our website. And if somebody wants some assistance, Sunny can offer help to get that application form completed. The other grant that might interest this community is a $5,000 grant for safe energy. And basically it's to allocate any initiative that the municipality plans that might reduce their energy consumption. And so again, it's accessible through an application link on our website. If there's any interest in either of those two grants, Sunny is your key contact to help you get those applications submitted. And I'll turn it back over to Sunny.
Thank you, Paula. And we appreciate your time this evening. I'll open it up for questioning.
Well, that's a very good presentation. I have a few questions. Does anyone else have a question before I go?
I just wanted to ask about the linear tax. That $20,000 you pay to the community of Raymond?
Paula, if you can answer that question regarding linear tax, please.
Sorry, my mic.
Well, while you're looking that up, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
You said there's 431 streetlights. I just had a discussion with a person just last week saying our town's still too dark. Do we, I mean, compared to other communities, do we have about the same amount of streetlights as other communities? Do we have more? Do we have less? Is there something we should have more of? Can anyone answer me that question?
I guess it varies from municipality to municipality based on needs. Now, one of the things that's probably made the changes like the LED conversion that we've had, where people might feel it's not enough compared to what the high pressure sodium ones were. Now, you gotta think of this: the LED ones are obviously more efficient. It is a cost savings for the town itself for their monthly billing in terms of kilowatt hours. But the street light's actually like a flashlight. It's actually designed to illuminate the street versus the high pressure sodium had a lot of light that was bleeding out, so it almost seemed brighter and you'd have less fixtures. Now, you do have an option if you feel there's any areas that you would like to have us take a look at, and we can kind of go through the quoting process.
So about 4 years ago, we did go through, I can't remember how many lights we did add, maybe you can remember, Curtis.
Yeah, they added just under 100 streetlights, and it's just one that we pay on our utility bill every month.
Yeah. So we did add, trying to help some dark spots, but I just didn't know if we were a lighter town or we needed more streetlights or.
I guess it could really vary. That's the thing. It's something if you're concerned about, we can always have a look at it again.
Okay.
The LED light just seems so dim, and I don't know if that's just part of what it is, or, I mean, I don't know who dreamed it up, but it doesn't seem like a very good fit for, I know you don't want the light going up, but there's not any light coming down either, because it's very dark. I have one in front of my house, and it's such a change from what used to be there. It used to light up about a half of a block before, and there's hardly any light.
Correct. Yeah, no, that's the difference between the high pressure sodium and the LED. They definitely have the same lumens, and but the high pressure sodiums used to kind of bleed out and not meet dark sky initiatives, and so it is definitely the standard nowadays is going LED. I mean, there isn't even incandescent bulbs that you can buy anymore even for your residential homes. LED is like the way of the future here. So again, if it's something that there's a certain areas that you're maybe not happy with the lighting, we can definitely investigate those for you.
So I'm just curious, if you could just send us a report of other communities, Claresholm, Cardston, McGrath, Coaldale, just to how many lights they have. I just want to know. Just for when I have people talking about it. Councillor Fox, you have a question?
I was just going to add, there is a unique factor for Raymond versus many other small communities in that our roads are really wide. And so a comparable might be Cardston. That'd be hard to compare some other communities. So if you haven't visited Raymond, that maybe contributes to the feeling of darkness in some of our big wide roads.
Good point.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, I wanted to bring up about your grants. I'm sure our CAO Chris will be contacting you, Sonny, anytime there's grants, we want to be trying to get a hold of them.
Definitely, it's something that I can ensure that if we get the applications in, that we see that the town of Raymond is awarded those. But yeah, I can work with Curtis on that for sure.
Good, thank you. He'll be in touch with you on those. Anyone else have a question?
I'll take that linear tax question.
Go
My
ahead.
mic wasn't working properly, but if somebody can ask it again, I'm happy to answer.
I was just wondering if that linear tax comes, if you guys pay that to the town of Raymond.
Yes,
Okay.
correct, yeah,
Thank you.
annually.
I didn't know that. That's a revelation to me.
Yeah, there's two portions of it. Sorry, go ahead, Paula.
Oh, if I could just add a little bit about the LED fixtures, because I was actually involved in the original retrofit program. And like one of the things that a lot of people noticed is, and they say it's reduced lighting, but it's not light pollution is how these lights have been designed. And not to defend an LED model, but in the lighting industry, this is how all lights are designed. And it's to light the street and really only focus on the street. And so where a light previously may have spilled backwards on a sidewalk that may have been behind it, or towards your driveway if your light was in your front yard, today's lights are designed to not do that any longer. And so, adding more lights will never add light backwards behind the light. when we talk about adding additional lights to help lighting, one of the things that we ask is that you look at intersections and crosswalks, because really those are the areas that you want to light better on the street, on the road surface, right? But in terms of lighting around a light, adding more lights is not going to help light up a sidewalk that's located behind the street light or anything behind it. So just keeping that in mind, I know some of my municipalities have chosen to add some lights through their community after the LED retrofit. And the most satisfaction was achieved by playing around with the wattage and the location near crosswalks and intersections.
So the reason we chose to add 100 more lights was because we have a lot of streets that don't have sidewalks. So we're expecting our people to walk on the streets. So at night
Right.
it's pretty dark, so that's why we did that.
Yeah.
Councilor Peters, go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, just a question, I guess, maybe for Paula as well. Driving around the last few nights, I've noticed that we do have lots of them, lots of lights around our intersections and our crosswalks, which is understandably. But then we'll go down like a block, there'll be one light halfway through the block on one side, and that's it. Nothing on the other side, or even 3/4 of the way down the block. And so it does get really dark. And like what Councillor Claus said, with our wide roads, it does seem overly dark. And I think people were used to the previous lights and I guess the light pollution. They were used to that little bit of extra light that would come, that would take off away from just design to come down to the road. And so it's trying to help our residents understand that there's some people that feel unsafe with walking down some of the roads based on how dark it is. So us 4 years ago, adding 100 more lights, I don't think the problem is solved for some of the residents that feel we need more lights.
So Councilor Computers, we can add as many lights as we want. Fortis will pretty much put up as many as we want. It's just we are going to be paying for the cost for the lights. And so if there is a budgetary impact, we do have to take into consideration. Yes, the LED lights are better on consumption, but consumption is the smallest portion of your bill. It's all the transmission and distribution and rate riders and things of that nature, which will go up because there's more fixtures drawing off the grid. So it is a budgetary cost that we need to take into consideration. I'm not saying we can't add more lights, but just for council to be aware that the more lights we add, our $130,000 a year streetlight budget is going to go up. That to that kind of same corresponding standard. So,
Councilor Harker.
I do have one more question. I don't know if any Paula or Sunny or any of you are aware or have been actually in the town, but at the stake center, I don't know if those lights are against the law or the rules, but those lights shine straight down and they're bright. There's no, so are they a different kind of light? I'm just scratching my head because you've been to the stake center at night and how bright those lights are. Those lights.
They're a lot lower though, right?
They're lower, but there's no pollution in the sky. You can see there's no lights going up. But I'm just wondering, I know so many times people dream these things up and then it doesn't quite work out like you think, but I just don't understand why we can't get actual light. I guess I'm very practical. I just don't get the whole thing.
It might be different wattage or different.
I don't know. That's like, I don't know anything about lights, but maybe you do. Maybe if you, when you come to town at night, just go look by our church building and see how bright it is. I'm just not following, I guess. Maybe I just don't know enough about lights.
Yeah, we have a lot of complaints, Paul, and that's why we're just bringing it up to you. We've tried to fix it or try to improve the lighting, but it's still a lot of complaints.
Okay, I hear that, and I know that our predecessor, Merlin, had worked with the community and had a number of lights installed, extra lights installed. And so I'm a little sad to hear that there's still complaints. Sounds like a road trip for Sunny and I is warranted.
Good idea, that would be awesome. Come pick one of us up and we'll take you for a tour.
Right, yeah, so, and you're right to say, there's a lot of different factors that go into how bright a light is. So the wattage is one, the height of the pole is another, vegetation like mature trees and whether there's leaves on those trees or not factor in as well. And also the reflective surfaces that are underneath that light also play a part. And so, you know, from a lighting design perspective, there's lots of variables involved. Now, there's only so much you can do with the new lights the way that they're designed, and you know, adding lights, like Curtis mentioned, adds cost to the community, and so we're always very cognizant of that. Also, I can share that I've literally spoken to 1,000 or more people over the last 3 years since this retrofit, and literally 50% of them are say that it's too dark, there's not enough light, and the other 50% say that it's too bright and it's a nuisance and they don't like them because they're too white of a light. And I don't know if that's any consolation other than like there's been very few people who haven't noticed the change. Everybody has noticed that these lights have changed. And you know, there's many people who are not happy, and the answer is half of them think that it's too dark and the other half think they're too bright. So I can appreciate that as council, you guys hear lots of complaints, and equally here at Fortis, we do hear those as well. And I think you know, the solution going forward is to address safety concerns and address security issues. And if there's something that we can do that doesn't incur additional ongoing operational costs for you guys, we're more than willing to do that. So yeah, Sunny and I will definitely make a trip down one evening, and we'll take a look to compare with what our communities and other similar communities are experiencing.
Let us know.
And we'll see if there's anything more that we can do.
Let us know when you're coming, so one of us, like Councillor Harker said, we could go with you.
Sounds good. Welcome the opportunity.
Please, yeah, thank you. Any other questions for our Fortis group? We appreciate your presentation. It was very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope we didn't give you too bad of a time.
We're just passing it on.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for having us. See ya.
y'all.
Okay.
Bye.
We won't be near as tough on you for the next presentation. So Megan and Mason Depew have entered our council chambers, and one of them's gonna present on this 30-kilometer-an-hour speed request. I guess it's Megan, right? Your turn.
Are you sitting here and do it, or?
You really should come up here closer to the mic.
Oh, this mic?
Yeah, you won't have your picture on.
Oh, good. Okay,
But
like right here, is this okay?
That's good, but they won't be
Okay.
able to hear you.
Okay, good stuff. I do not have a presentation. We just, as a street, we're looking to see what the town can do for us on maybe reducing the speed limit down our street. Do you guys know where I live? Okay. It's, people fly down that road and there's a lot of little kids, and I know that applies to a lot of streets in Raymond. But we border the Mennonite school, and we're wondering if we could maybe be deemed a school zone, or possibly that empty lot, which we're not the original purchasers of the lot from the town, but in the contracts, one of our neighbors has said that the empty lot behind the Farm Safety Center would eventually be a playground. We're wondering if we could maybe get called a playground zone, or we're just wondering what the town could maybe do for us, or if it's kind of up to us to, I don't know.
It's not up to you to try to enforce the speed limit.
Yes, we've tried the little turtle guys with the arm, and that doesn't do anything, so, not a turtle, it's not a turtle, it's a little.
A little green guy.
Yes, the green guy, I call it a
Green guy.
turtle, yeah.
Yeah.
So I can address the park thing. When I was on the Farm Safety Center board, we were approached, one of our service groups in town, about helping us to put some park
Okay,
equipment there to make it a park.
okay,
But it was turned down.
okay,
So, I mean, there is a little area there, and I think it would be a good idea. In fact, I was at the Farm Safety Center last week, and I talked to them again about, it'd be fun to have like a wagon, or, they make a
Something.
wagon out of pipe that looks like a
Yeah.
wagon, and just farm things that could be in
Yeah.
that little area, and that could be a little playground.
yeah,
That would slow people down.
is that lot owned by the Farm Safety
It's
Center?
owned by the
It's
Farm
not the
Safety
town's, okay, we weren't even sure about that,
So the town of Raymond does own the land,
We own it, and
and the lease that the farm
it's
says.
leased. So
okay,
that's why there's not a house being built.
Okay, we were just wondering, there's a lot of little kids in it, it's an empty lot, so it attracts all the kids, they're running, and we do teach our kids not to run on the street, but still people fly down that road, so.
And Megan,
Yeah.
Stacy mentioned in her letter that it's
Yeah.
the same people all the time.
Yes,
Do
there
people
is.
live in your neighborhood?
We do get some through traffic of people that aren't on the street, but the people just generally drive too fast down the road, yeah.
So they're not people who share your concern then, obviously, you
No.
talk to them and they won't slow
Yes.
down.
So there's been, Stacy's approached some people and asked them to slow down and it did not go well, so,
So I'm gonna ask you a question, and I know the rest of council will not like my question.
uh-oh.
What do you think about a speed bump?
I would love a speed bump. Mason wanted to build one himself. I said we should ask first.
I know the town doesn't like speed bumps because they're hard to maintain when you're snow plowing.
Like how big of a speed bump are we talking, like junior
They
high?
have those portable ones you could.
Yeah, that's what he was thinking, just in the summertime,
It would
I don't
slow
know.
people down, for sure.
Yeah,
And I wanna ask you guys one more question, maybe the council won't like this question, but how do you feel about a 30 km/h speed limit everywhere in town?
I have little kids, I think that's a great idea, but I know people maybe wouldn't like that idea.
We've got it in school zones, we've got it in
Yeah.
the downtown core, and we have got several neighborhoods, you're not the only one.
Is there? I wasn't sure,
No,
we
you're
grew up
not.
here, but we're new back to town, so we don't know.
Anywhere-
4 or 5 neighborhoods.
Anywhere-
Is there?
It's a common
Okay.
concern.
Okay.
Anywhere where there's not sidewalks, we hear
Yeah,
the
see,
same
we don't have
concern.
sidewalks, so,
And there are a lot of neighborhoods that don't have sidewalks.
yes,
And so if there are children in the neighborhood, we hear exactly
Yeah.
the same thing that you're saying.
there is a ton of kids
So
on our
I don't
street,
know, rather
like,
than differentiate, I mean, I'm okay with going slower,
So-
but I have grandkids, so.
yeah.
Mayor,
Councillor Foss has a comment, go ahead.
sorry, it's a question actually, just a little clarifying, because I think I know where you are, but I'm not clear on which road is the primary concern. Are
It's,
you talking
we're-
350 or
yeah.
200 east or 400?
It's 350, yeah, we're 240 east, 350 south, so,
So there's
Yeah.
speed concern on 350?
yes, yeah.
So they're
And
coming
I'm
around.
like, I love the idea of reducing speed limits, I think council's heard me say this before, I'm not
Well,
opposed to it
I'm
at
glad
all.
it's not just our street that's kind of concerned, there's
We-
lots of kids in town and,
See, we can't go to different parts of the town and have some be 30 and some
Yeah.
be-
That's really
It's
confusing.
so confusing.
yeah, see that, which we understood, which I was like, that could go for any street in Raymond, just cause there's kids that slow down, but there's, just because of the empty lot and with the park, I know Stacy, she's one of the original people that bought that lot from the town, and I guess in her contract it said that space was delegated to be a park at some time, because she said that was a big selling feature for them when they were looking, because they didn't want to be right next door to it and they didn't want to be right in front of it, so they bought like a lot over. So we thought maybe if that was an option for us, like, or even we talked about maybe if we put some, as a neighborhood, if we put some swings or something up, like could that?
Oh, there's
Great
the swings.
idea, we love it, swings.
Okay, that's, I don't
We
know,
have
we
a
just
lot of
wanted to
people
know
there.
what town council thought of it and like what our options are.
So
Going
Curtis,
forward.
what would it take to designate that as a park? Would it just be some swings or what?
Because I've already taken it over kind of as a garden, so not all of it, just a section of it, so.
I'm not aware of the provisions that are included within the land sale contracts that we're gonna be deeming it a park. Administratively, a park there doesn't work with our planning. There's one at Parrot Park and there's a day use park area, which is just
Yeah.
across the area that we're planning on building. Once Farm Safety's lease expires, if they're not wanting to renew, that has always been planned internally of going back into housing.
Oh, okay.
And so having a park that's on the northwest side of Parrot Lake, or the existing Parrot Park that's just on the other side of the lake is the park for that area. We have a 500-meter buffer that we try to have all the residents within a park area. And so, I mean, administratively, that's what our plans are saying. Obviously, council can change those plans at any time. It would take just a motion of council probably to do that. But I do think it's something that needs a bit more thought and planning than just a motion on a whim. I think that's trying to maybe solve a problem by creating another problem. If the speed is the concern, obviously we can focus on enforcement in that area, but if there's continual groups within the community that feel this, the rational response is just reducing speed throughout the community. That being said, you're gonna have a lot of people who will be very opposed to that as well. So you need to just be aware of that and make that, as educated a decision as you can. Because the comments that Stacy and Megan are making are valid, but they can be made on every street in town.
I brought that up to somebody about a week ago, about maybe reducing the speed limit in the whole town. He was furious. He thought that was not a very wise decision.
Did
He
not
likes
go well.
to drive 50 to get out of town, so he was furious about it.
But to have one child injured
I said
is
that.
too much.
I know.
That's what we said too, like talking to neighbors, and I know a few of them were offended when they were asked to slow down, but I would rather offend somebody than have one of the 24 kids on our street get hit.
Yeah, pick one.
So, cause
Who would
we've had
drive
some
me?
close calls and we're kind of at our wits' end with,
In a side
to
road
do,
like
so.
that, 50 is terrifyingly fast.
yes, it
It
seems
is.
so
I can't
fast.
imagine it
A throughway, like 240 and 350.
Yes,
Why are
like,
people going that fast down those
exactly.
streets?
Cause that road doesn't go through.
No,
it's
you
just
have
one
to
block.
cut through it and then cut, so it's really,
You gotta stop.
shouldn't be driving
So you
there
got one
anyway.
block, there's no
Unless you
zero
live there,
fifty,
so,
you
but,
don't know.
yeah.
Buy my own sign, buy your own
Yeah.
sign.
So I want you to know we have sent our peace officers to different places
Okay,
where they have complained.
yeah,
The people weren't going over 50
okay,
when they did the radar.
When they
It
radar.
seems so fast, but
Okay.
you got kids there and
yeah,
you think they're going fast, but they're
Okay.
not going the speed.
But that's the point, 50 might be too fast.
That's
And
Yeah,
then
that's-
playground zones
we were
are-
just, we're not like demanding a park or something, we were just wondering if that could maybe allow us to have we don't want a park, we just want to be considered a park so we could get a lowered speed limit.
You want a temporary park.
Yeah.
Actually have a question for Curtis. Hey Curtis, with the Midnight School right there, do we have to talk to them before we can make that 30 kilometer zone around their school, or is that just up to us?
I mean, it's always good practice to reach out to the affected stakeholders, but that is
Yeah.
a decision that council, that's.
Yeah, and they're out there, they use that field for their like recesses, the
It
kids
could
are
be a
out there all the
school
time,
zone.
yeah,
It could
so,
be a school
that's what-
zone.
we're just
Why
wondering,
isn't it a
like,
school zone already?
yeah,
That's odd.
Yeah, it should be a school zone.
anyway, we just wanted to know,
So just say we put a speed bump there.
yeah.
How many of your people on your street are gonna come to us in the next couple of council meetings and say,
Just a
this was a
couple.
dumb idea, we don't want the speed bump?
Just a couple.
We're new back to town and we don't know,
So are we.
know everybody just yet, so hopefully nobody, but you never know.
Well, there's one thing we figured out, you just can't make everybody
You can't
happy.
please everybody, that is a hard
We have to
job.
save lives, we don't want anyone getting hurt.
Yeah.
So
So
we'll
that's-
talk about this some more, maybe at another.
Perfect. Okay, we just wanted to bring it and just wondering what,
Yeah.
And the
it's in your
school
guys'
zone is a
hands.
good one, I think.
Yes, that's because we are close to it anyway, so anyway.
Given us a lot to think about. so-
Perfect, okay, thanks guys.
But we are aware of it and other areas too, and we have discussed
Good,
it, so.
awesome. Okay, thanks guys.
It is on the table.
That's our
In the
spiel.
meantime, I'll help you
Thank
guys.
you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll now go to 3.4, Trent Tinney, the Granite Road construction. Go ahead.
I was wondering about your podium.
It's a little bit short,
I
it's
thought
for
maybe you want
children.
people on their knees in here.
How tall are
Take
you,
this
Grant?
off, that's good, right?
How tall are you?
What's that?
How tall are you?
Well, I used to be 6'4", but I have 3 degenerated discs in my back, so I'm like 6'2". So, my name's Trent Tinney, I live at 53 Cobblestone Lane. My wife Corinne here is with me and my son. We just came back, we moved back to Raymond, November 2019, just in time for the stupid, I mean, no.
Excitement.
The excitement
Excitement.
to hit, so we, like I said, we live at 53 Cobblestone Lane. I moved back to Raymond, I was gone for 30 years. I worked in the state of Utah for a police department down there. I was going to university. And I retired from federal law enforcement in Canada in 2019, just before we moved back, just in time for the pandemic. It was awesome. Anyways, 2 kids in university. But on the 18th of March this year, I was at work. I'm a peace officer with the Lethbridge Police Service and contractor for the new subdivision. Knocked on my door, talked to my wife, said we're gonna start working on the road on Granite. What's it called? Granite Road.
Granite Road.
Granite
Red
Road.
Road.
Anyway, the following day. So I get home at 1 o'clock in the morning and my wife told me, hey, they're gonna start working on that. So the next one, I believe it was about 9 o'clock, because I like to sleep once in a while. And I got up and I went out to move our vehicles out of the garage. And it was too late. So my 4-wheel drive was stuck in the garage. And my wife's Mini Cooper's stuck in the driveway. And there's a 2 to 3 foot drop off at the end of where my driveway used to be. Our boulevards are ripped out and the driveway was gone. The driveway was a pre-existing structure, which I purchased when I bought the home. Okay, so I went out there and I made a hand gesture. It's not the one you're thinking. And all I did was go like this. That's all I did. And the contractor took it upon himself to climb off the excavator. He saw me do it, and he got on my property. He got in my face in a very threatening manner. And I stepped back into my garage because I'm in my pajamas, of all things. And I'm like, if he's gonna get violent, he may have selected the wrong individual to do it with. So I stepped back into my garage and he's doing this and just screaming and yelling at me and telling me what he doesn't appreciate and whatever. I got a hold of Mark the same day. I said, what's the bylaw for notification? Because I don't believe that little tiny bit of time that we were given for notification that they're gonna do something that dramatic, trap our vehicles in our garage, deny me access to use my garage. And I think there needs to be some notification. We're asking the town tonight to consider passing a bylaw. The contractors and developers have to give property owners proper notification, and I believe that it should be 7 days. Because the night before after supper, not everybody works day shift. And now our vehicle, one vehicle I was able, he said, well, just back your car out, he put a load of dirt there. They had a tandem dump truck stuck at the end of my driveway in the mud the same day. I don't think my wife's Cooper Mini would have made it. So and that was my first day off after working 7 days in a row. We had plans for the weekend. Those were canceled automatically because I couldn't get my truck out of the driveway. We had to wait 2 days, enough for it to dry. And in the meantime, I contacted the developer and said, this is what happened. So don't really appreciate how this went down. I don't appreciate being threatened on my own property. And they were like, yeah, too bad. Really, it wasn't the greatest email. And, oh, yeah, and we're not replacing your driveway. So I just said, when's this gonna be done and when are you gonna put my driveway back in? That's property that I paid for, even though it was on town property, I still paid for that structure. No, we're not replacing that. You have to replace that yourself. So the second thing I'm asking the town for, I sent the estimate to Mark. It's just under $500 for gravel and soil to replace the end of my driveway that they've removed. We're currently being denied access to my garage. But just to make things even better, to make this whole experience even better, we're not sure if it was the developer or the contractor sent the RCMP to my house to talk to me. With me on this, Joe? Okay, you following along? The joke was on him, not the RCMP guy. The joke was on whoever sent the RCMP to talk to me. The guy that came to the house, his father was my supervisor when I was stationed in Edmonton for 5 years. And he did my security clearance so I could be working for the Lethbridge Police Service. So he's like, do I know you? I'm like, yeah, you do. I'm like, yeah, your dad was my supervisor when I worked in Edmonton. And he's, oh, you know, what happened? And I told him. And he goes, well, why am I here seeing you? I have no idea. He gets aggressive with me and the RCMP come and talk to me. That's not how our justice system works. I can tell you that. They don't go and annoy the victim.
Sure.
So he says to me, don't, do me a favor, don't talk to that guy again. I said, no problem. So I don't know who sent them. I talked to Mark. It was not the town because I talked to Mark the day before. So I was thinking, well, did Mark send the cops to talk to me? I don't know who sent the RCMP to talk to me, but it was quite laughable. Really, I'm just like, right. So I don't know what I can expect from the town, but that's what I'd like to ask for.
So, Mark is here. Would you like to answer any of his questions for us? Because I'm not sure.
He's been really good. Keep him around for another few days.
Mark is good.
Yeah, he was good.
It's all right. So yeah, I tried to work with the Tinnies as best as I possibly can and use the get information to them first and foremost. Unfortunate situation here is that the Tinnies actually purchased the property. The home was already built, from, previous owner. And the way the garage is orientated, it is half onto a undeveloped road of Granite Road. And, if the garage was facing Cobblestone Lane, which is already developed, there wouldn't really be too much of an issue here. With the access would have been onto Cobblestone Lane, we're not tearing up Cobblestone Lane. But Granite Road, seems how that development permit, the town allowed, the permit owner to orient that house so that the garage is, facing, the secondary street of Granite Road. We pulled the, development permit for that property, and in that it does say that, the permit holder is required to put a culvert and a driveway on there. And so now the time has come for Granite Road to be done, and there's two competing interests there, is that yes, we do want to, have access to this, and this is a big inconvenience to people that are already on that street, very big inconvenience.
Only to us.
To you, yeah, to you guys.
It's a sacrifice they're willing to make.
And eventually that road hopefully will one day be a paved road and be really nice, but there is a little bit of an inconvenience point that we need to go through here, and the inconvenience is maybe a little bit of a
Come see where the cars park now, it's quite cute out there.
Well, the thing is too, that we were never, is it when you buy a house, there's supposed to be full disclosure? We didn't know any of this, we were never told.
I mean, we know now.
Yeah. So I tried to provide as much of that information. I was, actually, when I first met with these guys, it was actually the first time that they knew a roadway was going through there, and development was happening behind them. So I think there has been some education on that part, but again, we could have definitely done something a little bit better with notification. And it's a third-party contract with the developer that the contractor is working under. We have an agreement with the developer, and in that agreement is a solution to definitely put one light item in there, that the town has that notification component could be done a little bit better next time. However, we're almost past that point. That's what has happened has happened, and there's no way to go back and.
Well, the contractor told my wife
change that.
Probably have it done in a day. Mark had a good point. He said, "Yeah, we didn't say what day."
Oh,
So that was good.
Trent, your neighbor across Granite Road, are they not affected? Looks like their garage access is on Granite too.
That's the contractor. You think he's inconvenienced?
Really?
Yeah, not much. Yeah.
So he's your neighbor as well.
I wasn't gonna mention any names here tonight.
Well, you shouldn't, it's lives.
I'm trying
And you don't
be
need to, but I
professional.
mean, so his driveway was not affected,
Well, no, it is.
It is,
but he knew.
Of
but
course
he has
did.
a
He's the
circle driveway in the
contractor.
front of his house.
He has a
So
circle
he has a
drive.
driveway that he can park in and all that. We have a driveway too, where we can
Park
just
two
barely
vehicles in
park
it.
2 vehicles there.
Fortunately, there's 4 of us living there and 3 vehicles, right?
So
So our one car is
our
stranded
other
until this
neighbor
is
was
done.
nice and said we could park there,
So the Cooper is still in the garage.
No, it's on the, we moved it out of the garage because that's my wife's grow up, I mean greenhouse.
Okay.
For the summer.
Don't get me in trouble.
It's just.
Too late.
Well, she likes the flowers. They're flowers, thousands of them.
So I have a question for Mark, like, why wasn't there more notice given?
Yeah, so
That's
again,
a really good
That's
point.
the question.
Yeah.
That's
That
what
is
I
the
wanted.
question, that's the most important question right now.
Sure, so again, the developer hires the contractor to do the work up to the town standard. And so we really haven't had too big of agreements. When we look at our agreement with a developer, it is a couple pages long and hits on a lot of the main points. Notification isn't a component, and it's usually up to the contractor. And usually it's a reasonable amount of notice. Usually the guys that are hired to do the work, to do the install, it's not the town of Raymond that's doing the install, it's actually a third-party contract and we're not paying that contractor
developer.
for the work.
Did we know though? Did we know that was gonna happen that day?
We did not, no.
We did not know either.
So again, because it's a third party, I'm actually one of the least notified of when it's gonna happen, right? We can't control when it's gonna happen or the price at which it's gonna happen. It's we're almost in the same spot. So we have an agreement with the developer that we can then, that's up, that in the hierarchy of things is the first and foremost thing, which we can then put some notification details in there so that we don't have this situation again. However, that won't solve
Won't solve that problem, but it
this
could
problem.
solve a future.
No, I'm looking down the road
Yeah.
going, don't do, why,
Yeah.
I don't wanna see anybody else go through this, cause it's been a bit of a nightmare for the last month.
Yeah.
It really has, with the cops coming and everything, I'm like, are you serious?
Well, it could be like a really long time before I can,
Well, the developer
Get my
told us,
truck
don't
in
expect it
there
to be done
and-
anytime soon.
I'm
I'm like-
planning to buy trees this year. I wanted to, I guess I'll drag them across my front lawn and all the way.
So your
I'll do what I
ask
have to
is
do.
for the cost of the materials to repair your driveway.
That's it.
Okay.
It's just under $500 plus delivery. I don't know what the delivery charge will be at the time with like a damn truck to come out with the.
So I was curious about the bylaw, and that's why, because you understand bylaws, you're a peace officer.
Little
so
bit.
That's why you're
Tiny
saying.
little bit.
So that makes more sense, and it should be in our bylaws that whoever's doing the contracting has gotta give them some notice.
Even 3 days notice, but I was thinking, I mean, why can't you have a week's notice that, hey, if
For
we're
sure.
gonna disrupt your life for, like, we didn't know this was coming,
For sure.
right? We knew eventually something was gonna happen, but
But they blindsided you.
oh, absolutely, and I work shift work. So I work till 1 o'clock in the morning and I get home and we're like, oh yeah, they're gonna rip the driveway out tomorrow. I'm like, what are you talking about?
And it's not street sweeping. it's
No,
driveway cleaning.
yeah, we're not gonna come and clean your street. We're gonna rip your driveway out and strand your vehicles in there.
No,
So-
notice is not too much to ask
So on
for.
the driveway, when it gets fixed up, you're gonna have to complete that to the standard of the driveway.
Well, I was told,
Pavement.
well, here's the thing, the developer told me that I was only ever to consider the access to that driveway temporary when I bought the house. I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? Because, anyway, there was a bunch of lies that went back and forth between the contractor and the developer. Anyway, so I called Nathan Allred, he's the guy that built the house, and I said, what was your understanding? I said, was that supposed to be, you were never supposed to expect to be able to drive into the garage the whole time at some point in the future? He starts laughing on the phone, he's like, what are you talking about? He said, he talked about the agreement with the town that when things are done, that they would be putting a culvert in there when the ditch is put in and that stuff's all done. So, got no problem buying a culvert to put in there with us.
See, I'm not sure if that's the town or if that's your property as a landowner. that fix your driveway.
Well, what I'm saying was, somebody issued the permit and it was a pre-existing structure.
So you didn't know about any of this?
None of it. None of it. I just wake up one morning and my driveway's gone.
Yeah, if the development permit goes with the landowner, so if it was Nathan Allred who previously built the house, we issued the permit to allow him to use that undeveloped road allowance for so long. And in that development permit says that when the road is built, he would have to provide a culvert and the driveway. So the Tinnies purchased the property later on and weren't aware of that development permit. And now it is there, that's to say that they're responsible for it. And so talking with them, Trent has actually agreed to provide the culvert, which at my estimated cost, I would say it would probably be around $900. And so the cost of the gravel is about $500, which he's asking for the town to provide that portion of it. So so the ask is not, but again, there is a development permit that says that the landowner has to do that improvements because we've allowed this configuration to happen with an undeveloped road allowance. If it was a developed road allowance, we wouldn't be having this issue because the road would not need to be built. But we allowed the permit to happen this way with the in the future driveway be on the responsibility of the owner.
So I have a hard time thinking that the previous landowner didn't know that was gonna be the road. He obviously knew that because that's where the driveway was and he didn't have to put a culvert in there and get it all ready. So it's too bad that it wasn't disclosed to you.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if the town won't do it, I'm on the hook for it, I get it. Right.
But it's gonna be fixed sometime to the standard it's supposed to be. But you're talking about the $500. We can talk about that.
I'm really more interested in the bylaw. I actually took tonight off work at my own expense. I don't get paid unless I go to work to come talk to you about this, because I think the bylaw is really important.
I think the bylaw is very
I do
important.
too.
Because I mean, this is not fair. This was not fair to us.
Yeah.
And now I'm paying insurance on a vehicle, I can't even use it, right? As a result of this.
Okay, well,
And
let
I
us
can't
get
use my
back to
garage
you,
either.
let us get back to you on that.
Okay.
On the $500.
We'll work to,
But you're right about the bylaw, we should look at that at committee next week and decide what we wanna do there at that too. That's important.
yes.
And I think rather than any of the money stuff, I think today's point was to get your voice across.
Yeah.
We did discuss that beforehand, and so this was hopefully any sort of beneficial that your voice is definitely been recognized. So
thank you.
So we appreciate you coming in.
Thank
Any
you
other
for
questions?
coming.
All right, thank you very much.
We got two tinnies in the room. Now Abe knows who we've been asking if he's related to.
Yeah.
My dad worked for the town of Raymond for 20 years.
First thing I asked Abe when I met him.
Like the Hobbit, we just finally came home.
No relation.
Thank you
I
very
don't know.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Kareem.
Good night.
Sorry, Councillor Foss, Councillor Computers, if you had a question there, we didn't. 3.5, unsightly premises order appeal. We get to talk to you?
No.
Okay, I think probably out there.
Maybe Wally.
Is he out? Is he out?
Yeah, he's out there.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
You're doing a good job in this town, just want you to know that.
Doing my best.
You're doing a great job.
Making friends and enemies all at the same time. Part of the job.
Stand here.
On the town side of it, you're doing a good job.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hey, I appreciate being able to be here. I don't have the documents, apparently you do, the order that was sent my way. So I just kind of wanted to address that a little bit. First of all, just, I just kind of feel like probably, maybe clarify the extent of mowing that needs to be done there. I mean, I don't have the legal description and so on, but.
Okay, well, we've just seen this too, and it came on our.
This is all new to
agenda
us.
package,
Yeah.
so keep talking.
Okay, so that was one, I think,
So you want clarity on?
well, I kind of think it's the entire property, In the past, what we've tried to do is keep a buffer out to about 100 meters, as best as reasonable, I guess. Try to keep the weeds down. It's interesting that property, the front 100 feet is where all the weeds are, because where nature took over the grass, we seeded grass in that whole property, and so the grass is great where we didn't try to control the weeds, and now the weeds are still where we try to control the weeds. It's just incredible how that worked. But so the thing that I would like to continue doing that, but we have no problem mowing the first 100 meters, which is what we've been doing. But I don't see much point in going beyond that. I mean, there's unless there's a reason for it, I'm not sure. I mean, it's the way it's been for the last 13 years since we excavated, did the excavation on that. Nothing's really changed as far as I know, and then to be given that order to mow the whole thing, it seems to be a bit excessive.
We haven't discussed this, we haven't discussed with our fire chief, or we've just seen it this is how we've seen it. But I know there's been some fires, and we know that, some grass fires, and our fire chief is pretty concerned about that. And he has brought it up before, that we had some fires that could be disastrous to our town. And it is a prevailing west wind that we have. And I guess after being in Claire's home and those fires there, I'm not sure if this is when it came up or.
It came up before the fires that we had, that you're probably referring to.
Yeah, well then, but I'm sure that's what his concern is, just that it's a real fire hazard, and he's brought it forward to the peace officers, and that's come to you, so now it's come to us.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is on our agenda farther down, we will be talking about it. And I'm sure that's all we're doing. I'm not an expert in this, and.
No, Meredith, we brought it up into the delegation package since Wally was going to be attending.
Okay.
So just to provide some context, so in 2019 or in 2020, the fall of 2020, the fire chief had identified a bunch of properties The Tallstrip property is one that was identified, but for whatever reason, notification wasn't sent out just due to competing workloads, and it kind of slips in the tracks. And so the notification did go out this year before the fires, and it did go to numerous properties within the community. The challenge we have is the parcel that Wally Tallstrip subdivision is on has been changed in our bylaw from urban reserve to residential property. And because of that, it does not qualify for an animal permit. Whereas a lot of the other parcels within the community are still eligible animal permit properties as a means for controlling, but also as a means for allowing horses and animals and things of that nature to be within there. And so there's a couple of different challenges that we have there that really the solution is for the development of that area just to be developed. And so this won't be a problem in the future, but until that happens, we do have this kind of ongoing challenge. And so in the Tallstrip's defense, I have been talking with Wally for a number of years, and they have been very good at mowing that 100 meter or 100 yard, whatever the dimension was stretched there as kind of a fire break. I guess he's asking for clarification as to if the order requires the entire parcel. Our bylaw would say yes, but how the bylaws are currently written. But that is obviously up for council to decide.
So what you're appealing is then the mowing of the entire parcel. You just want to mow the 100%.
One of the problems too is because of that excavation that we did do, we took the topsoil off. It's really rough, so it's really hard. We've had people in there trying to hay it and couldn't, or they didn't come back, and we just give them the hay, but they wouldn't come back and do it again. So that pretty well tells you that it's really rough. And the other problem is I really don't have equipment that has the size to do it. You know, like it's a big piece for a 5-foot trail behind lawnmower or mower. Yeah, and I guess that's my main concern is what's changed. I mean, I understand there's always, I mean, that this has been a perpetual risk, and it still will be. I mean, we're gonna mow it, but the mass of the organic material will still be there. If it caught on fire, it may not burn quite as fast as standing grass would, I guess, but it's still there. And I just bring this up because I think it's maybe is or isn't a factor, but it just happened to kind of coincide with the Autism Day fireworks, and I can see that does increase the risk of a fire risk from the west side of Raymond. If you're lighting up fireworks in the wind and that sort of thing, and it wouldn't take much wind to carry it over there, I guess. It's never happened. I don't think there's ever been a fire there as a result of that, but I hope that's not the only reason that would seem kind of, but maybe, is that Curtis that was on the speaker? He indicated that if that was an issue that didn't get addressed last year, maybe that's not a valid statement.
So, Wally, it did kind of get brought up again though, because the applicant that set off the fireworks was requesting the firework permission basically from the fire department, and so they investigated the application to see if they could give and grant approval for the fireworks, and they identified the grass again. And so it's kind of part and parcel. It's not directly related, but it is also somewhat related. It's just it was kind of on the list, I guess, previously, but it is an ongoing challenge. We are going to have, our bylaw says if it's over a certain height and it's not a zone 2 permitted property, it has to be cut to that area. So it puts us in a tricky point to not enforce the bylaw and to allow an exception, because then why is Wally's exception any more valid than another individual's exception that they're going to request? But at the same time, there are some extenuating differences between Wally's subdivision and somebody's backyard or another subdivision or another application that it may be applied to. So it is a bit of a struggle.
Councilor Capiters, you have a comment?
Yeah, I reached out to Doug, Chief Holt, about this the other day. Just wanted some more clarification of what he had done. He told me it was July or August last year. He passed it on to peace officers, and like Curtis mentioned, it kind of fell through the cracks somewhere. But I guess the usage of Wally's land back there with the dirt hills that kids love to use, whether it's fireworks or kids going back there and playing around and the fire gets started, with all of that concentration of those 3 cul-de-sacs, all it would take is a real good wind one day to take out a bunch of houses. And I think that's the worry that Chief Holt has. And the challenge I think with Wally is that you cut that down, like we said, you have that material, essentially that material needs to be gone. And I don't know the best way to do that, whether Wally can do it or he contracts it out, or it gets disked up and then new grass is planted, or hay and that's leveled off. It's a very challenging position because of it was created and set out for subdivision and houses that hasn't been done. So, but it'd be very difficult for us to challenge or go against the bylaws, like Curtis said, or go against the recommendations of our fire chief.
So who would be liable, Curtis, if there was a fire there? Would it be the town or would it be Wally Tolster because it's his land?
I mean, when things like that happen, everyone's liable. Manette's is liable. And they try to catch whoever they can. So, I mean, if we have a bylaw that isn't being enforced that specifies the height, then yes, we would be liable. Wally Tolster as the landowner would be liable. The person setting off the fireworks may be liable, or however the fire may start. If there's not a fire ban that has been issued or not, there's a whole bunch of complex issues. I really can't say, Mayor Depew. But just the rule of thumb is if the town can be implicated, we are implicated.
Okay, that's good to know too. This should be brought back to committee, I guess, too. We can discuss it further. Anyone else have any questions for Wally?
So I know we're not in a position to make a decision, but technically there is an enforcement date. We can extend that with Wally if that's the direction, but we wanted to have Wally exercise the right of the appeal, which is part of the process to take it to this point. And if council is wanting further extension while we discuss this, you can. If not, the order stands and we have to work through it from that perspective. So I just don't want that to get lost in your conversations.
When was the order? I don't remember.
March 18th. And you have acted within.
Yeah, Wally's within the time frame.
You were well within your 14 days.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we want to discuss this further, then we should probably do that tonight to extend that and then have a discussion and then come to it with a decision. Or we can even do it tonight. Put it as an item on the agenda. What's council's wishes here?
Well, because there's a date to it, we probably need to address it soon. It's the 6th or 7th or 6th of April. I think the timeline was the 9th. So whether we extend it with the conditions based on maybe things that Wally can tell us, things he can do that we by a certain date, that might be plausible.
Is that everybody else concur with that? We can talk about that tonight then as another item on the agenda.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, let's put it down. Okay, we'll talk about it yet tonight and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming, Molly.
Thanks, Wally.
Okay. So we now have Mark Hasegawa and Troy Levitt in the council chambers to be there on Zoom.
They'll be here for items 6.2 and 3.
Okay,
Are we early?
you're a little bit early. We're moving really quick now.
Okay.
We're done all our delegations. So 4, approval of minutes. We have minutes of 4.1, council minutes of March 16th. Everybody had a chance to look at these?
Yeah, I'll move those.
Councilor Fawn moves those. Any discussion? If not, then all in favor? We're good. We have approval of the council committee minutes of March 23rd. Councilor Higgy moves. Any discussion on these? All in favor? Okay, good. Items for discussion, the COVID-19 information. Curtis, you want to talk a little bit about this, or?
I'd absolutely love to. So you have March 24th and 30th updates from the chief medical officer of health. But I'm sure that's pretty much irrelevant. As of today, the province has moved the province of Alberta from step 2 back to step 1. And so as of April 6th and April 9th, various new restrictions will go back into effect, curtailing retail, indoor fitness, restaurants, places of worship, social gatherings, etc. I don't have that document attached, but I do have an email from the province that kind of re-emphasizes what those restrictions are, so I can email that up to council. But if you have any questions, we can talk about that. Otherwise, we can.
Well,
What's to talk about?
Yeah, we're not excited about it, but what to talk about.
One
Can't
thing,
do
I thought I
anything.
heard the premier say that the Calgary Stampede, he didn't specifically say Calgary Stampede, but he said the Stampede, I think he said that's going ahead. Calgary Stampede has announced they're holding the Stampede this year. And I don't think he has canceled that today. Did he?
Good.
I don't know, I didn't listen to it.
So what are the ramifications for the rodeo in Raymond?
If the Calgary Stampede can do it, so can we.
You'd think so.
Are you planning on it on your heritage committee?
Well, we're starting to meet, so I mean, it's time to plan if we're gonna do something like that.
I've actually had some people ask me, what our plans are for July 1st.
We've had our first meeting already and we do not know, so.
We don't know, if it's phase
But we're ready to
one,
go either way.
But you're gonna plan.
you gotta start planning that.
Calgary Stampede has announced they're going ahead, and I heard the premier say that I think it's going ahead.
Well,
If they can't have gatherings over 10 people.
it's just my opinion.
How can you say both things?
It's just my opinion, but the more people that decide to go ahead and just do it, I mean, what are they gonna do, put us all in jail? I mean, come on. Like, I'm sorry, but
There's still a
at
lot of
some point in
people.
time, we gotta decide what we're gonna do.
There's still a lot of
The,
people.
the
out there
difference
that-
is Calgary Stampede, they made tens of millions of dollars off the Calgary
It
Stampede.
doesn't matter.
You know, that's,
Mayor.
That's
I
the
know it doesn't
problem.
matter, but that's,
I know.
Councillor Foss has.
that's why, they'll go ahead.
Go ahead,
All right.
Councillor Foss.
I know we're all excited to talk about this. I was waving my hand. All I was gonna say is that I did listen to that update too, and I noticed the mention of Stampede as well. It sounded like they were tying some of this to vaccine rollout. So assuming the vaccine rollout can happen as aggressively as they're planning, it sounds like there's a chance that we could have a semi-normal summer. But it will hinge on that, I think, that rollout.
Okay, good.
And Dina Hinshaw is saying just hold on for a few more months, that's May,
did
June,
that.
July.
I did hear that.
And we've done that for one
And
whole year,
We've
holding
heard
them
her
for
say
2
that
more
many
months.
times.
It's not gonna change people.
The end is near.
Just telling
Hold
you.
out for a few more months.
Nope,
Yeah.
there's no end in sight, just so you know.
Okay, we'll move on.
Alright, frustrating, but
Well,
we'll,
maybe that's how they're gonna get Calgary Stampede, because I did hear that they're gonna go ahead with it, but it might not be in July.
What?
oh,
That's why I heard.
I didn't hear that.
So maybe they're thinking of, this doesn't,
Thanks, Curtis.
might go to August. But
Yeah.
who knows, you know.
Let's move on. We're all discouraged by our news, so. 6.2, the rezoning of land use bylaw amendment, bylaw number 1097-21. Curtis, you wanna talk about this one? You are on mute.
Oh,
Are you there?
is Mark in the room still, or is he left?
Oh, he's there. He's here.
I think Mark's probably better suited to speak to this, but I can if you would like.
I'm sorry, Mark.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so we have a rezone application here to go from, in phase 4 of Bridge Crossing subdivision. We wanna proceed with that, and there's one lot in here that is zoned urban reserve. And in order for the subdivision to go forward, we have to do a rezone of this to general residential before that subdivision application can be approved. So this bylaw is to use half an existing lot that goes on to south of the State Center. And what it would do is it would go from urban reserve to general residential. So the applicant has provided the information for the rezone application and has included phase 4 subdivision drawings to go along with it. So whenever you go from urban reserve to general residential, we require an area structure plan or conceptual design scheme the phase 4 drawings are sufficient enough to show that what the lot is gonna be used for. And we will step through those drawings here in a bit. Some other consideration is that it's consistent with our municipal development plan. So in this area, we have a map in our MDP that shows this area as a wanted change into the general residential and is identified in our map we will go through in a second here. So that, I think that has some weight to it. And then some consideration should also be brought a little bit to our animal regulations bylaw regarding zone 1 and 2 designation for the keeping of animal permits. We recently changed that animal regulations bylaw, I think at the start of this year, to update the map. Previously, the area had been zone 2 and the new designation is zone 1. So it was a little bit to update that with bridge crossing. And so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention that the bridge crossing subdivision has now been updated and you aren't able to get an animal permit for things like livestock such as horses, cows, sheep and that kind of nature in that area. So let's just go through our submission details here. And so actually we just need, this is the first reading of the bylaw. So the process is that we would need a motion to accept the first reading of it and then also set a public hearing. Because of notification components, we have to send out notice in the local newspaper. I am proposing that the public hearing be set for Tuesday, May 4th at your regularly scheduled council meeting at 6 p.m. And therefore I can advertise and such and gain public input for this rezone. Same thing with that process. I thought the previous land use bylaw rezone that we had went fairly successful. So I'm proposing the same method, is that if we do have any respondents, they contact me and then I'm able to either schedule them into the room. We have a couple of spots here in the room or attend via our electronic format. So I would also maybe just like clarification there on in your motion to go through that. So the actual bylaw is up next here. So this is bylaw 1097-21, the legal description of the property, and it is to go from urban reserve to general residential. Next up there's A. So here's the location of the property. It's the west side of a property that will be incorporated into phase 4 crossing. So in our land use bylaw, we have some redesignation criteria. So these are the required criteria to judge a redesignation area here. So it identifies whether the application is compliant with provisions in the land use bylaw. I would say that this is compliant with all provisions in the land use bylaw. Consistency with the municipal development plan. Again, we've identified that is consistent with the MDP. Compatibility with adjacent uses. So there's currently just surrounding residential in the area and one public and institutional church just to the west of it, or east of it. Directions are a little bit messed up. Development potential, as shown in the phase 4 drawings. We will go through those. Availability of services. Phase 4 will be providing sewer and water services to the area. Cumulative impact to the town. Potential impacts on public roads. Setback distances contained in the SDE subdivision and development regulation. And suitability of design and public comment, which we'll be getting with our public hearing, and any other matters deemed pertinent. So a little bit further down, we'll go through our phase 4 drawings to show you what kind of the area would look like. And we have to go in. The application. Here is the existing land use map. So the area in yellow is general residential. The area that's hashed in that gray beige is urban reserve. And so that lot, it says there's a 4 in there. So that is the area that they're looking at rezoning from urban reserve to general residential and incorporating that into phase 4 of their subdivision.
So it's just the one lot there, one rezone?
That's correct. Here's our municipal development plan. You can see that this is the title on the map is called Future Growth and Land Use Directions. So this is listed in our NUP, and you can see that this area is highlighted as a yellow area. So it is consistent with our MVP.
And are they the owners?
They are not the owners. It's currently under an individual's property, but there is a purchase agreement, I believe, in place to secure that back portion.
Jasmine and Denver Wild Old Land now, they own that strip from the front of the road all the way to the back of it's just landlocked piece of land that's no good to them. And so they're trying to just recoup some money for that back land that they never have really any use for.
So are we getting a cart before the horse? Like, do they have to have some input on whether this is rezoned?
No, not necessarily, because we have a purchase contract to buy this land from them. And so I don't think.
And it depends on rezoning probably, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 'Cause I'm in favor of it. I'd like to make the motion for first reading the bylaw.
Yeah.
But it just seems like if they own it and they're not here.
Right, I think they are aware of the actual rezone. In part of our rezone application, there is a section that the landowner needs to sign off on it. I will just double check that, make sure that is intact. And if not, I will reach out to them just to make them aware of the rezone. I'm sure they are.
They are aware, and they are aware that the whole
They're
animal
probably getting
thing.
some neighbors there, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and they're aware that the animal thing goes away too with the rezone, that they can't have a horse anymore longer on their property. They're actually in negotiations to sell that property to someone else. So they're aware that that's gonna be zoned residential. They wanna sell that piece, it benefits them financially, because if they don't, it's just, they're not gonna get any money for that piece back there, it's gonna be landlocked, there'll be no access to it. It works, if you'll see that it's 42 on the map.
Yep.
And it works well within the end of the road into Bridge Crossing.
I'm totally in favor, but it just seems funny to be rezoning a property that the owner's not even asking for it.
Well, technically, legally, we're the new owners.
Okay.
Or agents,
yeah.
or agents of the property and landowner
We have an unconditional offer to buy the land, so end of the day, if it doesn't get rezoned, me and Mark end up owning a piece of urban reserve property.
And then you will be the owners and you'll apply to have it rezoned.
Yes.
Well, I'd move first reading then.
So I was curious about this 42, if that's where it's happening.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
One big property, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
How many
almost,
acres is
it's
that?
almost an acre, just shy of an acre.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Fromm for bylaw
1097-21.
1097-21, first reading.
Can we set the public hearing as well with that motion?
Sure, you bet, for May 4th.
You want another motion?
Same motion, I think, just approve it conditional of public hearing held May 4th.
Okay.
Do you understand the motion? Okay. Any discussion on this first before I call for the vote? And all in favor? Okay, good. And that's also for the public hearing, so it's all done. Okay. Anything else then, Mark?
Not for me. Is there any questions for these guys?
Nope.
Thank you for coming in.
You bet.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
First reading for Eric. For the rezoning bylaw.
So
that's just for the next one too?
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
So 6,
Mark.
thanks for coming.
See you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
So 6.3, the rezone land use bylaw amendment, 1098-21. Go ahead.
Yeah, so here's another rezone application for a single property.
I know, I gotta say this one more if you want to hang on.
Okay, so this is bylaw 1098-21. And this is for a redesignation of the property from general residential to general commercial. So, again, we look at considerations. So I think we should be looking at the permitted, discretionary, and discretionary of the development officer and discretionary of the MPC. These are the uses that if you are to go to general commercial that are permitted or discretionary to be approved on this land at this location. Other considerations are the consistency with the municipal development plan. Again, with the same map that we looked at with the previous one, the MDP identifies this area as a desirable change to the general commercial area. And also that due to the proximity of the lot to Highway 52, it's between Dairy Queen and the Taylor Street LDS Church. The redesignation criteria of compatibility of adjacent uses should be considered because we do have some residential area in the vicinity, just specifically to the north and to the south of this area. But however, this is on Highway 52, so some consideration should maybe be given to the high traffic use of Highway 52, that this is potentially a good location for commercial development within the town of Raymond. So if council is in favor of the redesignation of the property from general residential to general commercial, a motion for the first reading of bylaw 1098-21 should be made, and the date of the public hearing is going to be the same as the previous one, May 4th at 6 p.m. during your regularly scheduled council meeting.
So this is where we could have some people come in and oppose this one.
Yes.
Just like they did the other one.
I'll move this, I think it's a great idea.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor then, any discussion? And your motion also includes the public hearing.
Public hearing also, same date.
Any discussion from anyone? Okay. Well, this is just, we're just trying to go forward in this town. Okay. Yeah, I'll call for the vote then, all in favor? Okay, that's it for that one then. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Troy.
See ya.
See you, Troy. 6.3.1, the tax rate bylaw 1100-21, the second reading.
So yeah, we did have first reading on the March 16th council meeting, which we advertised. To date, we have received no comments from the public in favor or against any of the suggestions here. Just to outline again, the town of Raymond's budget for 2021 is $13,599,995. 10.6 million of that is coming from municipal revenues and transfers from other levels of government that are other than taxation. 2,987,28 is to be raised through general taxation. The requisition amounts are listed there as well, $836,849 for the public school system and $83,175 for the private or the Catholic school system. And $123,988 is going to go over as the Seniors Foundation, which is Rich Country Housing, the organization that oversees Ridgeview Lodge, Marigold and Meadowlark Manors, and some other housing properties within the town of Raymond, and also the village of Elk, or the town of Elk River. The various assessments amount are there. I would like to point out we've had about a $30 million increase in our assessment from 2020 to 2021. And so we are definitely going in the direction, and if we add that on to where we were in 2006, when councils began to make the strategic plan to invest in the community, it's gone up from 110 million, sorry, to 350. So I think this is evidence of it bearing fruit, that it was a wise policy. Mill rates are listed there below. The one other change is the minimum tax rate is going to be increased for vacant residential properties from, I believe, 690 to 950, and that's part of the process of the town ensuring that we have one legislated municipal vacant lot tax. We can't have multiple, and so we're in the process of transitioning that as we go. So that's the only change. The other one is the manufactured home community is raised from $4.90 to $5.50. So those are the two changes. The mill rate has not changed. In fact, the residential mill rate has gone down slightly. Residents will either see a slight decrease on their taxes unless their assessment's gone up, and then it just depends on how the math works in their instance. So I don't know if you have any questions, but we're looking for a second and, if possible, third reading tonight. We'll then send out the tax rate notices as soon as we can, and the taxes will be due on July 15th.
Councillor Fromm has a question?
I do have one question, I'm just on reading it a second time myself. If you look at point 5, a 1.5% penalty will be imposed on the unpaid balance on the first day of each month thereafter, starting August 1st. I believe that's gonna be compound, isn't it? Or is it just gonna be on the tax amount that it's gonna be? That needs some clarification to me. And it's maybe not a big deal, but I mean, that's a lot. If you're gonna pay 1.5% penalty on the 12% penalty, and then next month you're gonna pay it, it's compounding, you see what I mean?
It is compounding, and I don't know if the wording's ever been changed, but we can definitely clarify that for sure.
That should be spelled out, because I don't know if that will encourage more people to get their taxes paid on time. But it's something that people won't realize, and it's a big deal. It is. Anyway, that's the only thing. I'm in favor of the second reading and third reading tonight, but that's just something that people won't get. And does it even need to be clarified?
Not everybody's as smart as you, Ron.
Not everybody's as dumb as
But now that they brought it up, it needs to be clarified.
But it does, because I mean,
Yes,
compound interest is a big deal
Yeah.
on interest that you earn, and it's certainly a big deal on interest that you pay. So that's my only critique of this.
So I have a question to Curtis. Do you know if we're in line with the designated manufactured home community of 550, like with other communities? Are we right in the middle? Are we high? Are we low? Any idea?
I mean, I haven't done a provincial survey to kind of see, but
I'm just talking about ones in our area, like Clarkson.
the Municipal Government Act only, and this is where we're trying to move towards, the Municipal Government Act only allows for one minimum tax rate.
Okay.
Historically, we've had 3, and that's not permitted. And so that's why the vacant lot tax has changed to $9.50. The designated manufactured home community amount has gone up from $4.90 to $5.50. Where that final number is up to council to decide, or the next council, I guess, to decide as we begin this transition to kind of close that gap, whether we bring it up from $5.50 to $9.50, and we have that as our similar. The Village of Sterling has a minimum tax rate of $1,000 per parcel, regardless of what's on it, vacant, manufactured home or otherwise. And the intent behind it is to promote people to actually sell excess land and have it developed or consolidate it into a larger parcel, so we don't have multiple parcels in the community. Every parcel in the community, the town is assessed a higher education and seniors requisition. And so it's a cost to the town the more vacant parcels we have. And so if it's not a financial incentive to encourage people to develop those parcels, then the rest of the community subsidizes the province with higher education requisitions and seniors foundation costs. So it's when tax is the question. I don't know if it's high or low. I think we are probably average or slightly on the high end for our minimum tax rate, but it's been a concerted effort of past councils to promote development.
I thought, and I could be wrong, but I thought we saw some figures that showed that was within a good range.
I couldn't remember that.
It's not out of line.
It's not out of line. I remember thinking that last time when we first talked about it.
I just went to some other communities and I just wondered if theirs was higher. We're on the low side of that, so I have no idea. That's why I was just curious.
I definitely don't think we're on the low side. Having the split mill rate or the split minimum tax 3 ways is not necessarily, it's unique and it's not really permitted. And so we're in the process of closing that gap.
We're moving in the right direction.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay, so do we get a motion?
Nope.
Not yet.
I'll move second reading. I'll move second reading of the tax bylaw.
Okay. Councillor Fromm moves second reading of the tax bylaw. Any discussion on this? I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. We now need a motion to have third reading. No. Oh, Councilor Peters?
Mayor, I'll make that motion, the third reading of, text bylaw 1121.
Okay, we have the motion on the third reading. Any discussion? And all in favor? Okay, good. We'll now move to bylaw 1101-21, the local improvement plan for 400 North paving. So who wants to talk on this one?
Yeah, so this is administrative oversight on our part. We did have a local improvement petition that was successful in 2019, that got paved in 2020, but we never did actually pass the corresponding bylaw associated with that. So this work has already been done. Taxes have already been charged. We're just looking to get the appropriate bylaw that legally cements that local improvement that should have been done had it not been for administrative oversight, and I'll take the blame for that. So
Let's vote for this then.
Yeah.
Need someone to make this motion? This
I'll
should
make the
be
motion.
quick. Councilor Hagee, any discussion? All in favor? Okay, we now need a second reading of this bylaw 1101-21.
I'll move that, second reading.
Councilor Harker, any discussion? All in favor? Okay, good. Now need to have a motion to have the third reading.
I'll move, Mayor, to have a third reading of this bylaw.
That's Councilor Foss, any discussion? All in favor? Good. Now we need the third reading of 1101-21. Councilor Peters makes that motion. Any discussion? And all in favor? Okay, good. Bylaw 1102-21, the local improvement plan for raw water.
So as I was in the process of developing the local improvement tax bylaw for the raw water extensions, we realized that we did not do the work for the previous one, and so that's why we got it in there. But just as mentioned before, there was a number of local improvement petitions that were submitted for requesting raw water that passed, and we have gone ahead and budgeted the capital work accordingly. And so the town will be paying the capital cost to install it, which will then recoup back from the affected property owners up to the next 10 years. And this bylaw is just what's allowing the town to extend that taxation to the listed parcels on the Schedule A there over the next 10 years. So each resident has the opportunity to pay it up front for no interest, or if they do it over a period of up to 10 years, they pay the corresponding interest amount. So.
Everybody understands this, I'm sure. So we need a motion for first reading.
It's not everybody that wants raw water, but it's a start. It's some anyway.
Anybody want to make that motion?
Sure.
Councilor Fromm. Any discussion on this? All in favor? Okay, good.
So we'll advertise and bring them back in 2 weeks for a second and third reading, hopefully.
Mayor?
Councilor Peters, go ahead.
Yeah, I suppose, Curtis, have you had contact with all these individuals and they're all supportive of this?
Everyone got the letter notifying them of the process, and it was up to them to either support or oppose. There were two or three that were two direct connections that were not in favor, and they were just by themselves, so that was easy enough to wipe out. The other 5 or 6 went ahead. I think there was only 2 opposing votes with all of them, but unfortunately there wasn't enough to sway the decision the other way, so they will be having raw water as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll move to 6.6. The proposed Parrot Lake power line relocation. Go ahead, Curtis.
So there's been a bit of a coalescing of mutual interests, the desire to develop a day use park area. I kind of referenced it earlier with respect to where the park is on the southeast part of Raymond. We do have a park in Parrot Lake. However, it's not necessarily suited for public use, and future planning in that area may facilitate a different need. The northwest corner of Parrot Lake has been identified as an area that would be a very suitable to a day use park area for the community that would have a dock and beach access and things of that nature. There are developers and interested societies and members of the community that are interested in participating and seeing that come to fruition. One of the major problems though is that if you've noticed out in that area, the southeast corner of Raymond seems to be a Fortis power pole installation testing area where there seems to be an excessive amount of power. So there's 6 poles that we would need to have removed or buried to allow for that future development to occur, to clean up sight lines, but also to make the space more functional and useful. This first attachment here, if you scroll down a bit further, Abe, or on the next one, this quote, go sketch 1, the second attachment. The blue lines there are 4 power poles. The blue circles indicate a power pole, and the blue line indicates an existing power line that is above ground. We're proposing that those 4 lines be removed and a line be buried connecting the 2 red lines that you kind of see there in hash marks together. So we're going from 4 above ground power lines to 2 underground connections. That's approximate cost of about $34,000. The next attachment, you don't need to go to it, Abe. You don't need to go to it, but okay. Go to the attachment sketch 2. This one here, the blue is now the ones that we're looking at. This is what's attached to the old water treatment plant. That is the building structure on that parcel. We'd be able to remove those 2 and just have an underground trenched service line servicing that building. And so there would actually be no cost to this process here, where the town would have incur a little bit of cost for the electrical components within, but and trenching the line, but there would be no cost to Fortis for them to do the work that they need to do on their end. So
why is there no cost on this one, but cost on the other?
Fortis can recoup some of the costs due to aging infrastructure, and it's just the relocation of a transformer. The other one is the actual addition of underground infrastructure that is not a service, it's a higher capacity, and only Fortis has the ability to put in those higher power lines, I guess you might say. That's part of their infrastructure. I was very persistent in how great it would be for Fortis to be a sponsor of the day use park area, but they are holding fast to the franchise agreement, which says that this is our cost. And so, and then they did reference it, tonight, the $2,500 grant programs that we'll be obviously applying for, but this would be a cost that we would be incurring. And so I'm just bringing this to council's attention. Administratively, I would like permission to go ahead with this, and we would find a way to absorb this within our costs. I just think that having this done and making that area freed up would allow for further progression to occur on that expansion of the day use park area if those liabilities weren't there.
So what was their reasoning for having such a mess of poles down there?
The 2 that feed the building are our poles. So once I found that out, we said, well, let's get rid of them. And so we can have Passy come in and trench the line. And that's why there'll be a slight build to Passy. The other poles, it's just part of the way they were laid out. They're actually laid out in line of where the road should be. But we've kind of deviated the road from what the actual road that's in use is different from what the road's on the plan. And so we're basically having that changed. And we don't want it to be above ground because we have potential future use for that space north of the road, south of the existing walking trail, and the power poles there would add a further complication. So it's either $24,000 to have 2 above ground power lines or $34,000 to have 2 underground power lines. And personally, I think the $10,000 is also.
Okay, that's interesting.
Mayor.
Councilor Peters, go ahead.
Curtis, don't we have a bylaw that says that all new or changing infrastructure requires has to be buried?
In subdivisions.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're the developer in this aspect, so.
Yeah.
And the developer pays, so that's not a cost Fortis will ever incur. That's part of the franchise agreement and the corresponding amount that we get back as far as the payment to the town for Fortis to be the sole electric provider in the community.
Councilor Parker.
I do have a question, so, I mean, they're gonna do the underground, but we'll still have access to power down there for whatever
Yeah,
we
Yeah,
need, like,
just the power will be on the ground instead of over the top.
but,
Yeah,
yeah,
those
and then,
would
is
be powered
that
from the
gonna be an
building.
extra cost once we know where we want the power for them to take it wherever it needs to go, is that still gonna cost us more money?
There will be a cost just to have Patsy come and trench a line from the transformer to the building.
Oh, okay,
To be-
so Fortis doesn't have to do it, somebody else can do it, okay, great.
Okay, so we need a motion here. Like Curtis says, this is an area we want to improve on, and we have to get rid of those power poles. Power line. Councilor
Mayor,
Peters,
I'll make that, motion.
Councilor
And we
Peters,
go ahead with the proposed power line, relocation.
Councilor Peters makes that motion. Any other discussion on this?
Curtis, which option would you rather, see done?
Underground.
The underground?
Yeah, I didn't even.
That makes more sense to me too.
It's $5,000, $7,000 to $10,000 less, but in the scheme of things for the next 100 years,
Yeah,
Yeah.
not worth it,
we have 2 less poles.
It seems to me the underground is doing it the right way.
absolutely.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? And all in favor? Okay, good. Okay, 6.7, the unsightly premises order. Or 6.8, you've got it as. Something else got bumped.
Yeah, refresh your agendas.
Okay, that's fine, I'm looking at that one. Okay. So this is an interesting one, eh? You know, you have a fire chief giving you recommendations, and then you have your peace officers trying to do their job and carry out things that they feel need to be done too. It's kind of hard to go against their advice is what they're giving us. What's your discussion, Councilor Peters? Go ahead.
So a couple of things here. I reached out to fire chief while we're in the meeting here, and I sent him a text just asking, are you comfortable with 100 meters rather than the whole thing? And he said 100 meters would be a great start, but he wants to see it all cleaned up. And so I think I would like to give Wally some type of a timeline, kind of coinciding with what the fire is saying. If you could start on the nearest, the furthest east point close to the residences, and started getting that cleaned up, and then maybe we give him some time to get the whole thing done. But it's kind of challenging to go against the fire chief, like you mentioned. And we also have other residents within the town that have been issued unsightly premise orders, and we'd expect them to clean up as well. So I think this is to me, it kind of sucks for the developer, but at the same time, the bylaws were established, and we kind of got to go through with this.
So I drove down there today just to take a look, and there is a lot of long grass that's hasn't been mowed that's within 100 meters.
And I don't know if any of you were at the fireworks, but I was at the fireworks where there was a fire that did start. Luckily, we had a couple of volunteers there with some equipment that put the fire out quickly. But it's like you said, there's a lot of long grass that hasn't been touched for a very, very long time.
Where was the fire that did start?
Right behind
Just,
me.
yeah, just right behind, just on in that area.
Where was that? Like over?
Just straight north of, where they're being set off at.
Yeah.
North and a little bit east.
Yeah, just across the road, you mean?
Yeah.
Across the road.
It was in that is it this developed land we're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I've heard Fire Chief Holt say that before, that could be the big problem in our town is to have a big grass fire. That could be probably one of the major things that could happen. I mean, we're not gonna get I guess we could have an earthquake, but we're not gonna get a volcano or anything, but I mean, it's just the fires we have to worry about. Especially with that big west wind.
Well, and especially when you see what happened, I mean, I thought this was a sort of a reaction to what happened, but he actually got the letter before the fire out there even happened, so.
So fire just strengthens the.
That
Need
fire
to-
just strengthens the need for us to say, hey, this could easily happen here. It could
Yeah,
very
there's,
easily happen.
and the big thing about it, we've been actually knocking on wood, we've kind of been lucky, we haven't had any issues. There was a fire call today, west of Sterling, east of Raymond, where, power line came down and kind of arced and started some stubble on fire, and our fire department was called to go help that grass fire out, and get it put out. And so, when, like I said, I mentioned earlier, whether it's kids or a fireworks show or a power line that goes down in a big gust of wind, when I talked to Chief Holt, he said if we had a fire in that area and we had that wind like we had when all those other fires were going on, he said there's no way they'd be able to get and protect those houses on the west side of town.
So what if he not only mowed but put up a fire barrier, so maybe 300 feet he mowed, but put up a barrier, and that, by that I mean plow some land? Plow it so
That would probably be, it'd be probably easier to plow it than it would be to mow it.
Yeah,
You just had somebody come to a strip, you know, I don't know.
Well, I don't know how big the strip would have to be, I'm not an
I
expert.
don't know either, I'm not an
obviously.
expert, but somebody would know.
Someone would know. But that would help, you wouldn't have to do the whole thing, but just put up a big barrier that would help.
Could we have Chief Holt, go with the landowner and
I don't think we
and
want,
bring something out, like, that's,
I don't wanna have to put him having a confrontation like that, but just, he could give us a recommendation.
being his recommendation, how big a barrier.
When I text Chief Holt, he wants it all gone, including all the material. So that's, he said, you start with the 100 meters, whatever it wants to be, but he needs to see it all gone.
All of it mowed is what you're saying.
Yep, mowed and taken care of, and that's, like I said, whether it's his development property or it's someone else's, we kind of have to go through the same process, and whether someone has the means to be able to have their own equipment or they have to hire it out, that's the challenge, I guess, with being a property owner. You got to maintain it to the specifications of the town standards, right?
Mayor.
Councillor Foss.
So what I'm not clear on is if it's reasonable to require him to do this within the timelines that are outlined, or do we need to give him an extension? Or is that something the peace officers have the liberty to work with him on anyway, and we maybe don't need to do anything?
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure.
think we would just express to the peace officers, this is the direction of council, and they would work with the applicant, the timeline that would be suitable.
I don't think you'd wanna go too much longer, like, it's gotta have a month. But if the fire hazard's a fire hazard, it needs to be taken care of. I just wanna say too, I have had phone calls over probably the past, 7 or 8 years from one resident that lived in those homes on the east side of that property. I don't know why, he always called me, but he always called me and I had to go down and look about the weeds. And he was against the landowner there, trying to make sure he cut his weeds and kept it clean, and, cause he thought those weeds were seeding his place. So I've been down there lots and talking to one of the residents anyway about this property, but not about fire, but about other things. And Wally has tried to keep it clean and try to keep it cut. But this is a different issue, this fire issue. So, does someone have a recommendation, a motion they wanna make?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Cause there are some like road allowances cutting all through that area. Is there a burden on the town to participate in this, or is this solely on the majority property owner?
Yeah, that is strictly, I mean, none of it's developed. It's not even, there isn't even a road there theoretically. It's just lines on a paper that's been subdivided. And it's the developer's responsibility to put in the infrastructure as part of their subdivision. So I unfortunately, it's for the person who's been issued the order, it's not something we're going to be participating in.
Councillor Fromm, you have a question?
we talk about it in the enforcement order that the town will do it and the cost will be passed on to the owner and plus a penalty for first and second time and stuff like that. What do you think the cost would be for mowing that?
Big property.
Yeah, I mean, we have, I
Any
think in our
idea?
fees and charges about, I think it's $125 or $35 an hour. It's gonna depend on how big your deck is, and we don't have equipment that's big enough to do that kind of a parcel. We'd be bringing in somebody with bigger equipment, and we'd have to try and find someone who would want to bring in their bigger equipment. If the field is as bad as they're saying it is, they may not want to. So they'd have to walk the parcel first and make that determination. So if we end up doing it with our equipment, it's gonna be a long time, and I couldn't even guess how many hours that would take.
So like you said, he seeded it to grass, but the east side was very rough, it didn't take very good, it's just dirt. So he could bring in equipment on the west side of that parcel. Councilor Harker, you got a comment?
Well, I'm just saying, so we just asked Curtis if the town could do it, and the town doesn't have the equipment or the ability to do it. So
So how are you gonna get somebody smaller than the town to do it?
how
How are you
is,
gonna get blood out of a stone?
well, and who does he get? Like, it's springtime, the farmers are up. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics of how he's even gonna get it done. I mean, we can say whatever we want, but if he can't get it done, he doesn't have the equipment, how's this gonna work?
He has
you know?
access to equipment.
It is possible, I mean, it's not like it cannot be done, it's just the equipment we have isn't designed to do
Yeah,
48 to 50
You're
acres
talking
away,
6
just
foot
be there.
strips, and that takes a long time.
yeah. So
But, I
we'll
mean,
just have to
something
be
that
a
can be done,
farmer.
but again, our cost is gonna be expensive, and I'm not sure it's worth it, yeah.
Yeah,
So that's a good point though that Councilor Harker makes. I mean, are we asking him to do something that's gonna be, he can't get done anyway?
well, you can't get it done in 2
You gotta get
days.
it done by the 9th of April.
Can't get it done by the 9th of April, for sure.
And that's where the peace officers need to work with them and, like they work with other people, right?
Yeah,
Get
for
the
sure.
places cleaned up.
I mean, we certainly have a lot of people who haven't, gotten what they need to get done right on time.
But we don't
so
want
We
to give
don't,
them a year to do it.
I know.
But he could plow a fire guard, he could do that.
To start, yeah.
So it's hard for us to say, well, this needs to be done, I move that this be done, when I don't know what's even possible to get done. So I think that we need to have somebody who knows work with, the landowner to figure it out, because I certainly can't say.
So
Can
he mentioned
anybody
these-
else say what needs to be done and how fast it can be done? I can't.
Councilor Voss.
It doesn't sound to me that we need to do anything because we're just saying, peace officers work with them to enforce the bylaw.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that requires a decision of council.
That's good.
I agree,
So
I agree
then on
100%, Stuart. The fact is that, there's been a compliance letter been issued as far as being not in non-compliance, and it's not our job to figure it out, it's the landowner to figure out how to fix this, and, I think our police officers we've talked before are really good about working with individuals that are trying to rectify a situation. I think that, Officer Stacy, will do the same thing, with this individual, so I just think that we leave it back with her and her department to figure out a time that works best and let the landlord go to work.
I have to
And he has-
respectfully disagree, because there's an appeal process that involves coming to council, which he has enacted, and we're involved in it.
That's what I said, he's appealed to us, so now what?
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
do we have to
but he appealed us, and we just say, nope, we're gonna go back to what the police officers have said and the fire chief has recommended. That's what the appeal is.
So in other words, you're in favor of denying his appeal?
I would be, yes, just based on the merits of, the situation with the fire chief and with our bylaws as they presently stand, yes.
Boy, that sounds really mean and cruel.
It sounds like they're washing their hands and not trying to give. the
I
police officer
don't
any
like to
direction.
do that, I think that's
Well,
mean.
they need our direction
We
too.
need, that's what I mean, we need to give them
We need
some
to give them
direction.
some
Yeah.
direction. We need to say, please work with the landowner to come to
Yeah.
a reasonable
We need to
solution.
say
We just
something
can't
like
say-
April 9th is a little bit impossible.
Yeah, we just can't say, oh, we deny his appeal,
Yeah.
Is it possible to have, Officer Stacy join us next week for a committee meeting and, maybe we can listen to her and she can give us some suggestions of how to best handle it?
That's after the deadline's over,
That's the
so.
13th already,
We have to
so.
extend the deadline.
So if we need to extend the deadline, that was my initial question, was do we need to extend this deadline? If that's the case, then let's extend it.
Yes, good idea.
And then we could give her some
direction.
and take some, and maybe you can reach out to her, Curtis, to maybe come to us too with some more ideas of what they could do. Cause yeah, you're talking about a big parcel of land and you're not gonna be able to get it done the way our fire chief wants it now, but it could happen in 2 months maybe.
So, I think that's not necessarily practical, just as with all due respect, that the peace officers are gonna be able to come in with any better suggestions on how to mow or maintain a parcel that large. I mean, that's getting into, it's basically an agricultural related conversation, so I don't know if our peace officers are necessarily equipped for that. Honestly, I think the decision of council is, are you in favor of extending, are you willing to revoke the revoke the order? It sounds like no. So if you're gonna insist that the order is there, I think you're just offering an extension. And really, it's up to the landowner to find out the best way to do it. If we want to try and direct a fire or break, that's some suggestions we can take, but one suggestion was, can I bring in animals? Well, the bylaw doesn't allow for that. Could you allow for a temporary extension, a temporary allowance for a certain amount of time? You could, but then you'd have to be willing to make a determination as to why you allow this applicant and not a future applicant from having a temporary allowance. So I mean, there's a bunch of different ways you could skin this, but really it's up to the applicant to decide how he's going to follow up with the order. If you are going to insist that the order remain.
So let me just extend to ridiculous for a minute. Anytime you build on the edge of town, you're gonna have something on the other side of your fence that's not a manicured lawn or a paved road, right? What if that hadn't been annexed and developed or subdivided or whatever? What if the edge of town is always gonna be somewhere. So we're pushing it back 100 meters or we're pushing it back 40 acres and then what?
So the edge of town, what you're talking about, is pasture. So that's a little bit different. This is not pasture. There isn't any fences around it. You couldn't put animals on it. So there's just grass that's growing.
Put up a fence is probably cheaper than the cost going to be incurred too.
I don't know about that. It's pretty expensive and it's labor.
So I'm in favor of him letting animals graze there.
So am I.
am. I mean, that's a lot better solution than
I think so
having
too.
having
In
something try to pay it.
reality, I just wanna bring this up. The field next to me that Vance has owned, sometime the grass is this tall, like last year when it rained and there was no horses in there, that tall of grass. So like, where do we,
But that wouldn't work. I mean, to put a couple horses, it'd take all summer long to graze that down, so you still have your fire hazard.
And that's the key issue.
Go ahead.
That's the key issue is if it's because it's of a fire order, then the nature of the threat is what's driving this. The challenge though is in the city of Lethbridge, the coolies are there and they can't maintain those. So it's just natural, right? Across the street, you have farmed fields. Yes, they're cultivated, but it's still tall stalks of some kind of crop. That's as much of a fire hazard as any tall grass, and it may be less.
No, that's not the same though. That's stubble and it wouldn't burn like that grass.
It does.
It skips right through it, right over it. It doesn't, not like that grass. Where that grass is high.
True, that's
But
true. But still, the edge is gonna be somewhere. I think I don't know.
there's always an edge.
I think we need to work with him somehow because if that was my land, he tried to make me do that. I don't know exactly what I do by the 9th of April. I really don't.
I don't think you can do anything about it.
I don't either. So at least we have to extend the deadline.
That's my preference, is to extend, and I don't know what the solution is, but perhaps with a little more time, he could figure out what the solution is. And if he wants to come back and ask for animals, I'm open to that.
I am too.
Probably not without the buffer, like the 100-meter buffer at minimum.
Maybe that needs to be plowed for 100 meters or mowed, and then animals outside of that. But I mean, who would complain out there if they had?
I'd even say a fire guard too.
Yeah.
But the challenge I think with animals is that if you were homeowner there, even if you had 100 feet, 100 meters, you might be a little upset that you're building next to a farm that's in town, and that we have a current bylaw that says that's zone 2, we don't have animals in there.
True, but
So-
sometimes you gotta pick, do you wanna have animals or do you wanna have a fire?
I mean, I have a horse next to me most of the time, didn't last year, but
And it doesn't,
Yeah, but
Bark
yours is
at
a little
night.
tiny acreage, this is a big acreage, he's not gonna just put one horse, it won't do that, what you're trying to make it do. You'd have to put a bunch of horses,
well, maybe find somebody to do it. I don't know.
you could if
I don't know what
you fence off 100 meters. You don't have to have 40 acres
Then
with
you'd
one
have to bring
horse.
in water.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all complications, and I'm sure he wouldn't wanna do that.
Well, he's
I
gonna
think
have,
we
he's
just
gonna have to
work it
figure it
somehow
out.
to
but-
figure it out. He's
So-
gotta figure it out,
So,
but
so let's give him an extension and then come back to us with a plan.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he owns the land,
that's the least we can
and
do, I think.
that's his prerogative to own the land, but he also has responsibility, you know. So,
I know,
it's
I
his
know he's trying to sell the
responsibility.
land, I mean, he'd probably like to get rid of the
He
headache.
probably would,
But
So-
he needs to figure it out, he needs time to figure it out, and
He
he's
does.
gone through the appeal process, which took him up to today, according to our appeal bylaw, our appeal process, and it's not gonna happen by Thursday.
no,
So we need to at least extend the deadline and have him figure it out.
for sure.
So what's the extension date you wanna go with?
Is 30 days reasonable?
I was gonna say end of April, but 30 days gives them a little bit more,
I don't know.
I mean,
I would like to see
it all
sooner.
depends on if it rains or snows for 2 weeks.
I'd like to see a plan sooner, I mean, it may take him that long to get it done.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of 30 days.
I mean, 30 days for them to get it done, we need to get a plan before that.
30 days to get it done? And come to peace officers with a plan, or
Yeah, work it out with the peace officer how he's gonna do it, but,
give them a
30
30-day
days.
extension?
cause even the peace officers are looking to us, well, what do you want me to do with this? You know, if we want them to push ahead and get it done, that's up to us. And they're gonna, we're gonna give them the opportunity to work with it.
Do you want any recommendations in it? Like the barrier and maybe
It's beyond me,
Uh,
sorry.
I'll the whole field up.
I mean, really, I mean,
well, that's what I think that's
can't,
what we're asking.
really, can't he talk to the fire chief? I mean, this is not in our wheelhouse, really, you know? Like, is it bad for him to talk to the fire chief? I mean, Bryce acts like, or you act like, oh, you don't wanna do that, but why wouldn't you wanna do that?
I just don't think you want them to, a confrontation.
Yeah,
Is
When
it
the
gonna
fire
be a
chief-
confrontation?
the fire-
He seemed pretty cooperative to me.
in the
He
bylaw
tells me he's
to
gonna
go
fire
around
up, there's gonna be a confrontation.
to see areas or know areas that he is deemed to be, a chance that the fire gets started and get out of control. That's his mandate as fire chief that we've, put in that position. And our job is to create policy that allows the police officers to do their job. I'm totally fine with giving them some time, but something needs to be done, and I think the mayor said, I don't think we could wait 30 days to get a plan in order. I think something has to come sooner than that.
So we're talking about 30-day or less, a 21-day extension, and
I'm in favor of 30 days. If you go out
I'm
there,
in
that's a
favor of
big
30 days
recreation
too.
area too. There are a lot of kids on bikes and, even they could turn it into something where kids could wear down the vegetation there. I don't know, what could be done? Something needs to be figured out. And that's up to Wally. But I think if we could call off the enforcement officers for a period of time, and I'm in favor of 30 days, I think he could figure it out in that amount of time.
So if we need a motion, I'm happy to make a motion for a 30-day
I was just gonna
extension.
ask that, you wanna make the motion, Councilor Foss makes a motion of 30-day extension, and to come with a plan and to have it done in 30 days, or just
Sure.
30-day?
The appeal process took up all the time, and that's the process, but I mean, 30 days is unencumbered by any appeal process.
I think if he can solve it in 30 days, fantastic. If he can't, then I hope he's coming back to us again.
Okay, that's the motion by Councilor Foss.
So what's the motion that he comes to us before 30 days or he solves it within 30 days?
I'm moving that we extend the deadline 30 days.
So he can do it
To
next week
solve
if he
the
wants to,
problem.
but it's
He's
gotta be
gonna
done
solve
by, yeah.
I mean,
So he has to have the problem solved within 30 days.
We're talking May 9th.
30 days, yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, and
pretty
if he wants to
reasonable.
come talk to us with a proposed solution before then, that's up to him, but I'm moving that we extend the deadline 30 days.
I'm voting for it.
No, anything else?
Okay. Everybody understand the motion then? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
I think when we write the letter, I mean, he should know that he has access to somebody with knowledge. I mean, I know you think it's crazy that he might talk to the fire chief, but he's gotta talk to somebody.
Well, he's from a farm background, he can figure out what to do with 40 acres.
Well, I hope so.
We have extended for other people on the other side of town, you know, longer than 30 days. And I know it isn't always a
Yeah,
fire
but I'm
hazard
just
that we're
saying, we've
dealing with.
given him the extension, but if he comes back and says, well, this'll be good, well, maybe it's not gonna be good, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he needs
Maybe we
a
do
little
want more
bit
than
of
100
professional
Yards.
advice, you know, I don't know.
He's a smart guy, he'll figure it out.
Sure.
He will.
Let's move on to committee reports.
He'll reach out, talk to people.
So I see that nobody had any committee reports. Is that because we didn't have any meetings?
I had 2 meetings scheduled and both got rescheduled.
I just didn't write anything down.
I had a town hall meeting about vaccinations today and I didn't attend that either, so.
Where?
Okay, a town hall,
Oh, just a town hall about Province Way?
promise getting,
Okay.
getting vaccinations.
Anybody have their finger on the pulse of how Raymond feels about vaccination?
I haven't voted
Mixed.
I'm sure we're very mixed.
Mixed.
either. I'm waiting for the Johnson and Johnson. And I'll vote.
Good. I'm not taking AstraZeneca, that's for sure.
Anyway, okay, so we need a motion to accept committee reports, even though we don't have any committee reports.
I'll move.
Councillor Higgy, all in favor? Okay, correspondence. Lots of correspondence there. I don't know if you had an opportunity to read the Keith Hancock letter.
Yeah, I like that.
It's good.
Well, some things that weren't quite the same as what we discussed, but it's okay. He's an elderly guy and he means well, he's trying hard. So.
I'm impressed that you went to visit and handle that too, so.
But I talked about that before. I told him to keep his letters positive. I didn't care if we communicated. Anyway, very interesting.
And it was very positive too, so.
Yeah. Anyone else have any comments they wanna make on any of this correspondence? Bring our attention to? If not, then we need a motion to accept correspondence.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Councilor Peters, all in favor? Okay, good. Now we need a motion to go into closed session.
I'll move to go into closed session.
Councilor Harker, all in favor? Okay, we're now closed. Okay, now we need a motion to direct administration to move as we've directed them on the land matters.
I'll move the land matter as per directive.
Councillor Harker moves. All in favor? Now, we need another motion to direct administration to move forward as we've directed them on the intergovernmental matter.
I'll move.
Councillor Higgy, all in favor? Okay, we now need a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
Councillor Harker, all in favor? You're good. That's it, thank you.